As we are once again alive upon the internet. Let's make sure that we actually are, of course, with everything set to public with titles and categories and bit rates, and that I'm not muted. We have definitely done that. Yeah, let's jump in. Let's stick to this character. I think actually, yeah, so far we've done most of the recording for the Masterclass on this character. And yeah, we're basically taking it through the builds. Was actually my last sentence here. Spread it across a room much more consistently. There's definitely a variation that is worth discussing, and we'll do so when we take it into some gameplay. I guess left it quite open there. Because we've already recorded some stuff for the Eclipse Masterclass. We're just gonna add some to that. Okay. I just loaded in, but instant Delta 3. At least hopefully we'll get that one out the way then, and we won't have issues after. In the meanwhile, let's make sure this goes over here. The right browser window. Oh yeah, we're likely not going to work on the timeline guide today. Definitely want to have my focus on the Eclipse Masterclass, kind of get that done. And once that is done, this will be Saturday's video. That's right, loading in again. Something went weird there. As the next segment. Why did I receive an exotic cache? What? What? Just okay. I wonder if they're giving out the Twitch drop thing. Actually, yeah, we can check if it's a 0 weight thingy. Because yeah, they put out a message of after the Twitch drops, they're gonna just give everybody the Twitch drops, basically, because it messed up again. So, yeah, this is a 0 weight. This is a 0 weight. Okay, so this came likely then from the Twitch drops thing for some reason, but then just the one. Maybe I delta because of that, actually. Let's open that. Let's see if that is a chance iron lung. If it is, no. If it was, we would definitely keep it because it is a 0 weight item. That's for instance here as well. When I deconstruct it here, I don't actually go up in number there. Yeah, let's take it to the range. Twitch drop delivery, yes, that was likely, but it's weird that it was just one item. Because I wonder if that, like, the delta there kind of got in the way somehow. Oh, actually, you know what? Before we... that exotic thing, because I'm going to forget otherwise. Let's first of all, yeah, turn off. I'm just in the edge of the range. Let's turn off this, just so we don't have that on. But actually, let's first go and get... just gonna grab a tech tank. Okay. Let's go get Cassie and Danny. Because normally the cosmetics and stuff as well still show up. But also it would be multiple exotic caches. Or well, actually, what was it this time? One exotic cache, 2 named caches? So, I meant more like multiple caches.
My buddy is open for business. I can give you the location.
Getting them double. Yeah, where are they? Okay. Let's go check Danny first. Funny that that system keeps messing up for them. At least for some. But for me, for instance, usually I've always had it work, at least when the redeeming time frame was acceptable. It was the one time where you kind of had to redeem it while the stream was active, which was just silly and wasn't explained well. And so one of the few cosmetics that I'm missing from that one. From that one Twitch drop. Yeah, let's go get Danny. And Hydrons. Killing time. Let's see what Danny has for us. This is interesting. It's also one of the few places you can have Danny and stuff, and it's not an safe area. I can actually just try to murder him, but of course it does nothing. Oh yeah, let's get exotic cache. Take the optimization cache too. I should craft material caches too. These other two, I appreciate named items and stuff. For me, they are not useful. They're still doing expertise and stuff, sure, but and we'll have like basically infinite textiles. I also need to open caches for that, so the longer we don't have that, the better. I don't need an extra one. Now let's go also quickly see what Cassie has, although she's in the annoying spot, so she may bug out here and not show inventory. This is quite annoying often. Actually, I should go this away. We need to cross here.
Hostile control point nearby.
Let's go. See if Cassie wants to show her shit. They saw nothing.
Check it out, Agent.
Yay.
The best selection of gear in the city.
And yeah, this is of course we're already on the vendor, on the countdown vendor. It's much better to just come and buy them here if you want to buy them. Not done 5 crit damage for hardcores. But we had a 10-7 not too long ago. You know what? Let's actually have some fun with these guys. Because this is when we go in here. It's a safe space. So hoping, wait, are they all bows? But when we go back in here, they just completely lose sight of us. I was hoping there was a rusher in here. But apparently none of those guys were rushers.
I'll pin this fucker in. Cover me.
And basically when we go back here, suddenly they're like, where did you go? You can also play this game at Southgate in Castle. Would have been better to show with a rusher, because the rusher, if they get in there as well, they just stop being hostile second they're in there. But apparently this was a patrol of 3 foes. Yeah. Whatever. You know what? While we're here, let's get this key chest. Right. Missed. Oh, did descent change? No, changes tomorrow. Still need to do my weekly descent. Already done the scout, but not descent yet. Yeah, let's take it back to base and let's actually start recording a little bit. So the next segment we're recording, because I've basically already done the intro and then the going through some of the builds, the build pictures and stuff like that, and showing the Eclipse. Actually, how long is it already? Although I'm gonna cut out like 4 minutes, I think, or something, as we had some places where I'm like, should have cut earlier, but we're already on 35 minutes. Yeah. Masterclass. Let's go even more in there. Let's load up an Eclipse. Let's do so with that. Yeah, so already as well, I should rewatched my own my own old video. Let's make sure these go kind of where I want them to go, although we won't be using build pictures at all. I don't think so. We'll just be using in-game. But yeah, we'll have a clean screen for while I'm recording. So this recording, make sure the folder works. Yeah, so of course as well is just doing the dishes and stuff, so even the tiniest physical exertion and my fat ass is sweating already. Yeah. So yeah, tactics section. Maybe I do the intro of the tactics section separately and then we go into several of the skills. I mean, that's kind of the plan anyway. Yeah. Yeah. But first, let's take it into our tactics section, where I can show you some of the usages of some of the tools and actually some of the tactics that we can use, especially with our skills and such, as we can better show that. Yeah, kind of lost it there. I was going to just basically repeat the sentence there. Let's not do that. Let's be more awake than that. And first, well, actually, but first. Yeah. But first, instead of front first, it's but first. But first, let's take it into the tactics section. In the section, I'm going to explain some of these usages of the tools we'll be using, especially, for instance, the skills and even some of the weapons. And here, just to show them isolated, just because if we try to cover everything in combat, something might get lost. So first of all, let's discuss our main skill, which is the fire chem. And I'll cut it there, just so I can F up here and not lose that. Let me get you up here. And I'm doing pretty good, and thanks for asking. Hope you're doing well as well and enjoying the Wednesday so far, halfway through the week. Kind of looking forward, actually, tomorrow I'll be working, but I haven't been working a lot on location for a bit, so I'm kind of enjoying it. I'm kind of looking forward to going and doing that for a bit. Yeah, so let's start it here. as again, especially in my opinion, the primary tool that I will be using as a fire eclipse is the fire chem launcher. And in this, we're going to take this tool and use it quite a bit. One of the things that a lot of people have times missed is especially looking at the controls for some of these. As what we see here as well is we have equip on E, but then actually we have a detonate on double tap E. This is the one of the most important things to learn about fire eclipses, is that one way that a lot of people use the fire cam is that they'll fire it and then they'll fire a gun into it to ignite it, or hope that somebody else fires into it. You don't need to do that. What you can do is if you send the chem, once the chem has kind of dispersed and the cloud is in the air, what you can do is at that point double tap the skill, a button that it's on, and that will ignite it. Using it in that way is definitely recommended. This is a core thing, and one of the ways that if I'm running alongside of an eclipse, if I, for instance, matchmake or something, if I notice them shooting into the fire cam, I know they likely aren't very experienced. And an eclipse that is firing and just igniting, as the timing to it, you have to kind of get used to, but once you kind of get used to it, it's very easy to get your fires going without shooting into it. Yeah. Although we shouldn't segment this much. Should go for like longer bits. And then especially why I do prefer the fire chem launcher over any other tool that can do fire is especially this ammo count. Mods wise as well, actually, to cover that here while we're in here, we'll be going with the burn strength mod especially. The burn strength mod will apply both to the burn damage and the burn duration. There's also a mod that is just a plus damage. That will only actually add to the damage here and then also to the burn damage, but not to the burn duration. The UI for skills has been broken for quite a while. As you can see, it no longer actually shows when you're moving around what skill is or what it's going to add to certain skills or not, which is quite annoying, and I hope they do fix that pretty soon. But definitely we're going to go with the burn strength. In the other slot, you kind of have a choice. I quite often go with the +1 ammo to get 8 charges in total, just so I have a bigger starting pool. But what you can go for as well is the skill haste. Things like duration and radius are not going to be comparable to either of those two. So that's what we'll be filling up those mod slots with. Then as well, with the fire cam, there's a few other tactics that are handy to know, especially that we can bounce it off of walls and such, where especially for instance with foam or such with even the chem launcher, if you fire it at a wall, it will just detonate on that wall. But with a fire cam, what we can do is, for instance here as well, aim it at the ceiling and then land it on top of enemies. This can be very useful, especially if the enemies are above you, let's say above you on a balcony or something. You can bounce it off of the roof of that balcony, land it on their heads, and then ignite it, making it quite easy to, for instance, shoot up, which can be actually very hard to do with the chem directly, especially if you're trying to land it up on a ledge or something. That can actually be very annoying. Then as well, let's actually, do I have a glory days? Should maybe go make a glory days. We're going to cut it there and then go into the things applying to it. Stats don't matter. Yeah. How about this? Let's go. I'll actually, let's do this first. Let me put that recording away. Okay. Wait, what did I what did I render out of it? Ledge or something that can actually be very annoying. Then as well, and then yeah. It is very important to understand the transitive properties of guns on the chem launcher. Now, this can be a whole video by itself, but the simple parts of it is that especially things like talents, and here, for instance, I've gone and very quickly grabbed Glory Days. The stats don't matter, but this talent actually does transfer through to the chem. This is more of a thing to use, especially the Glory Days for Oxy, for instance, for Oxy builds. But even here, if we really wanted to, and really wanted not to have any sway, we could, for instance, equip that Glory Days. The talent actually does apply to this. Stats on the weapon do not apply like this. So if we put stability mods on the weapon, or for instance, a stability third stat, that wouldn't be transitive. But the talent is. Same, for instance, for the rate of fire from a chatterbox. And that can actually be useful, not so much for these builds, and we won't be per se using that. But yeah, the sway is quite different. If I swap to the Scorpio now, we can see that if I just basically release the mouse, we're swaying quite a bit. If we go back to the Glory Days and pull out the chem, we don't. Another transitive property is, especially to the fire, is that fire does get affected by damage to armor. It doesn't get affected by damage to targets out of cover, but this damage to targets out of cover does affect our vial ticks, because that is affected by that. So these are only active while we're holding the shotgun. So one thing that we can notice is, should have set up this thing. Yeah, let me put that segment away. We're cutting a lot here. Having gun gets blocked by the decoy. Can't enter decoys. That's such a like, yeah. The cam does get trapped by those, but like that's not going to be in here. That's like trivia more so than. Because yeah, if we're gonna go that in depth, this video is gonna be like 5 hours. You know, even stuff like there are places where you can shoot it through walls and stuff. We're gonna keep it pretty like basic. Also, yeah, like it's not gonna interact that often here. A foam eclipse, we'll see that more often. Yeah, let's. Yeah, so how did they end that one? It's the annoying thing when I'm very important is. So one thing that we can notice is when I fire at this enemy and set them on fire, we'll have a damage number rolling here. That is, in this case, 338. When I pull out my shotgun, suddenly that number jumps up to 378. That is the damage to armor from the shotgun coming in, as of course, all shotguns have this 12% damage to armor. That's also why we pair this quite a bit with shotguns, as we can set them on fire, swap to our shotgun, especially the enemies that have damage, or well, have armor, so that the damage to armor will be active on them, will take a decent chunk more damage. That's what you'll see me do as well in gameplay quite a lot, is just to send the chem out, ignite it, swap to my shotgun. I won't generally hold out the fire or the chem launcher, mostly because yeah, we are just reducing our damage if we do. Oh, well, we're not reducing our damage, but the damage that we can do, we're reducing. Yeah, let's put that in there as well. Was there anything else about the fire cam? I'm blanking on it. No, that was it, right? Ignite, bounce, transitive properties. Yeah. Next, let's move on to the other skill I'll be using a lot here, which is the Stinger Hive. In the Stinger Hive, we're just taking more damage and then duration here, for instance, but this can also be health. But we definitely want to take these +4 Stinger charges for it on the mods. For this one, it is basically, we pull it out with 1, we can aim where it needs to go, we can toss it a decent distance, but not, for instance, as far as grenades. And then once we toss it out, it just does its thing. The nice thing about the Hive is to me, especially an area denial tool. So if I know that enemies are going to spawn somewhere, I'll put this out and it will automatically do its thing in the meanwhile as well, while it is doing its thing. So for instance, if I toss it out here again, I can be also alongside of it, setting enemies on fire. The bleed isn't a very strong status effect, but alongside of the vial and the fire, we're just, increasing basically the damage that we do. It is around the same amount as the vial, but then especially the Stinger hits, even though they aren't being, especially because the Stinger only scales with skill damage for the initial explosive damage that it does, even though it is explosive, it also doesn't scale with explosive damage. It can do quite a decent amount of damage because we have those 18 charges on it. It will hit multiple enemies. If you can get it underneath the enemies, basically, it will actually eat them up. This is then the tool that I use basically as an area denial, and then together with my fire especially. It isn't the main tool, but it is alongside of it.
Please remember to switch off and unplug
And let's go
all
get
electronic devices that are not
Unit.
Thank you for your cooperation.
Got it. The next up is Banshee pills. Yeah, let's put those in. Next up, as the one that I'll be actually recommending as kind of the beginner build, as we saw, was the Gunner version. In that Gunner version, we're especially taking it for the Banshee Pulse that I have equipped here. On this Banshee Pulse, you definitely want to take the mods that come from Gunner itself, because yeah, they'll help quite a bit and extend the radius and the duration of it. And this one is especially important to know that you can charge it up. So if I just press the button once, it will do a very short range burst, and it doesn't carry far, but it is very wide. So if there were multiple enemies in front of me, I could just tap it once and just get an effect out of it. Especially what you want to get in the habit of doing is charging it up. So as we charge it up, it narrows that cone, and then eventually it will auto fire once it reaches its maximum. You can release at any time while it is charging up just to release it. This also is the way that the EMP jammer, the jammer pulse, works. So this is important to understand that, yeah, you sometimes have the controls to hold and then just charge a skill up. And the reason especially where we'll be using this and recommending this as the beginner tool especially is you can actually do decent things with it and help your teammates out. Especially as well, we can do so even with obstacles in the way, through walls and such. We can just send it out and be perfectly safe, but still hit enemies. We'll see it in gameplay in a little bit. Yeah, let's go back to survivalist. So both of these segments can go in here. Something here? No. Just keeping an eye out. Let's wait for that to Come off cooldown. Let's reset enemies. Yeah. Next up, let's look at the sticky bombs. Now, as I said kind of already several times, I very much prefer having the fire chem over the fire sticky, but it's still handy to know the controls of the sticky, especially as well as it'll work as for the EMP sticky bomb as well. So what we can do is actually pull it out with a button press and just aim and then fire, and that will land on the enemies. Then we can also detonate. That will actually detonate it in that range, and everything in that range will be set on fire with it. The fire of a fire sticky is a little bit more powerful than a fire chem, especially as well as the expertise that we put on this is actually burn damage. God damn it. The game was like, stop it. This is annoying. Server's struggling, apparently. No, we'll redo that segment because I don't think I want to stitch it together or something. Wait, that's 2 deltas so far. As earlier on, I also deltaed. And let's get back there. Meanwhile, actually, what I can look at.
Entering safe area.
Is how long the tactics section so far is. 9 minutes. Okay, yeah.
Come over here, Agent. Take a look at what I've got for you.
Yeah. Yeah. Next up, let's look at the sticky bomb. As I kind of explained several times already, I do very much prefer the fire chem over the fire sticky. But if you do want to use the fire sticky, or if you want to use the EMP sticky, the controls for it are actually kind of handy to know, as there is some things that kind of don't. Well, I don't know where my sentence went there. Let's try that again. Yeah. Next up, let's discuss the fire sticky bomb, or just sticky bombs in general, as especially the controls for them are sometimes lost on people. Because one of the things that you can do is actually, for instance, quick fire them. And yeah, the detonate as well. What you can do, of course, is if you tap the button that the sticky bomb is on, you will pull it out. Here, the fire sticky, but this works the same as well for EMP sticky and such. And then we can fire it, of course, with a button press. And we can also then detonate it. When we detonate it, it actually detonates in the area that it's kind of designating, and it will set everything in that area on fire. So you can actually, for instance, sticky a wall. And if it's close enough, or the floor, for instance, and if it's close enough to enemies, the detonation will set enemies on fire. One of the handy things about the fire sticky is that the initial hit doesn't do any big damage the way that the fire chem does, because quite often, especially with a highly graded fire chem, you might actually kill the enemy with the fire, especially on lower difficulties, before you set them on fire. With the fire sticky, it doesn't do any damage on that initial hit. It will just set them on fire that way. Especially as well, one of the things that the fire sticky has going for it is that the expertise does actually go towards burn damage, where on the fire chem, it's the damage of the explosion, which actually can be a hindrance sometimes. Then as well, what we have is actually the easier way to use it. Now, especially if you're using let's say an AR, or especially a weapon that has a reticule that is a dot reticule. This can also be, for instance, SMGs or such. Oftentimes as well, I pull out my pistol for this, as at least it's a little smaller than the shotgun. But if you aim at something and you use instant use, which is something that you can set in your controls, you can bind a or button to instant use on PC, or you can double tap the button that it's on. When we do that, it will instantly fire without bringing up that UI for aiming. Basically, it will instantly fire at that location. That is actually the better way to use stickies, as you can just basically aim and then just use in my case, for instance, the instant use, or you can just double tap. If we double tap, although it's on cooldown still, it will instantly fire to that location. And that way you can actually get this fire sticky out pretty quickly. I definitely do agree that it is a faster tool, and especially if you're kind of using it in this way, you can get better results with it, especially if you're not experienced with a fire cam. But I would recommend getting experience with a fire cam, especially because we can do things like this where we are actually firing it at multiple waves, especially if the waves are spawning across a room for something. The cooldown of the fire sticky is kind of the thing that kills it for me. I also generally wouldn't recommend running 2 fires together. I would rather have a different status effect alongside of it, especially the bleed that we saw with the Stinger Hive. As having 2 fires is basically, we could be doing more damage if we just added in another status effect, or just having a full CC like we saw with the Banshee, or even a blinder firefly or such. Anyway, we're gonna cut it there. Then we basically start a new sentence with the other one. Yeah. Actually, just with the blinder firefly as well. Right? Do that real quick. Because we need that. Lefty, Scorpio. Yeah, and that's it. Yeah, let me catch up here for a second. I'm gonna in my own world. Oh, and thank you so much there, Super Pete, for the raid, as always. Much appreciated. Hope you had a good stream, and hope you had some fun. Let's get you a shout out going there. As over here, I'm recording some segments for upcoming video, basically, which is going to be on the fire eclipses, as we're going here through some of the skills and tactics and stuff that we use with them. What an enemy, it says I'm on fire. It's not the explosion that says I'm on fire. Yes, that's what I said, right? If you direct impact them, yeah, it will set them on fire. That's also what I said there. The ignite was only for if it's like landing in range, like I even showed that there. Right? Let's have the segment there. Yeah. Let's just do the blinder firefly real quickly and then we'll keep going. But yeah, welcome in, raiders. And yeah, I'll be moving in between paying attention to chat and not as a kind of recording, but feel free if you have any questions or anything you want to see. I will definitely see it, but might take a minute or two as we're recording. Yeah, let's so firefly, and let's reset this. Another one just to show briefly, because this one is actually a very useful tool, which is the firefly, especially the blinder firefly. Blind is a very powerful status effect, so we, for instance, can use it to debilitate enemies pretty heftily. Now, in the case of the firefly, one of the main ways to use it is that you do pull it out, and then you have to kind of aim it at enemies. When you let it go, then it will just start going and hit the enemies and fly around and try to hit them. Quite often it will actually hit, for instance, their geometry and not reach some of the enemies, which is one of the downsides of this. But in general, you can land on a bunch of enemies consistently. But one thing you can do as well is here using instant use will actually deploy it, and it will kind of go towards whatever enemy is kind of in front of you. It won't target many enemies, but it can be a very quick way of getting just an effect out, because yeah, you can just double tap it or tap that instant use button that it's on, and the firefly will kind of go out and usually catch at least something. The fireflies are sometimes very annoying with their pathing, but yeah, you can definitely still make good use of them, and the blinder firefly is definitely a good skill to keep in mind. Okay. Because I'm not going to go per se skill by skill. We've already covered all of the skills and why we kind of would pick them already in the kind of the builds section here. This is more just the usage section. Yeah, let's... Oh, actually refiring. We should also with the in-sync shotgun. But first let's do lefty. There's something here. Yeah. Let's look at this. Next, let's start discussing some of the weapon talents that we have here and how they kind of work. Sledgehammer, which is incorrectly in its wording here that it's only gaining damage or giving damage to the enemy. I kind of completely lost it there. Because yeah, it's to the agent that yeah, on the enemies that they. Yeah, let's start that again. Next, let's move to some of the weapon talents that we have here. We'll start here with Sledgehammer, which we have on the lefty, so we have the perfect version. I'm also, of course, going with the lefty, just so we have those shotgun bonuses again, having that extra damage to armor, which, you know, is 6 more than we could have on any other type of weapon, is actually very useful. And again, for the vowel ticks, that damage to targets out of cover also applies there. Sledgehammer, incorrectly in its text, actually states that it's that targets with mark will take 20% more damage to armor from the agent that applied the mark. This isn't actually true. This was an idea that they had for one of the PTSs, and this text made it in and just incorrectly stayed there. It is a group-wide debuff. So it is a debuff upon the enemy, 20%. Any person shooting at them from any source or any damage from any source, including your skills as well, will do 20% amplified damage to armor and armor plates. This isn't actually the damage to armor stat. This is a separate multiplier from that. And because of that, it is actually pretty strong. Now, what we can especially use this through is because we need to apply it with a grenade damage. So the way that Sledge actually works is dealing damage with a grenade applies a mark on the target. Now, one of the handy things is that, for instance, the fire grenade, especially, and that's one of the reasons as well, we'll be going with survivalists quite a bit, is the fire grenade. So, for instance, if I am holding it here, we see the debuff on the enemies here. But if I reset this, even when the fire is just hitting the enemies, that counts as that grenade damage. With all of the other grenades that can do damage, this is only the initial explosion. Now, especially as well, it is notable that the flashbang does a tiny bit of damage, but that's enough to apply Sledge. The only grenade that doesn't apply Sledge at all is foam. The foam grenade from Gunner. So when we are running Gunner and we want a Sledge, we can't do that with that foam grenade. We have to actually grab the concussion grenade, which of course we can always just go in and grab the base concussion grenade. That will always, of course, work. But even the EMP grenade and the flashbang can actually apply Sledge. And then it's a group-wide debuff, and that can be very strong. So especially if I know where an enemy is going to spawn, and I know there's going to be a bunch of purples and elites in there, just tossing a fire at that door even before they spawn, because if they walk into it, they will get sledged. And yeah, that can help a team out quite a lot, as this is one of the strongest buffs that we have in the game. Okay. Okay, next Scorpio, and then in sync. And then maybe on perpetuation, but Likely won't do perpetuation just to keep it a little shorter. It doesn't matter if it's invulnerable or invulnerable elite. And either Chico, to build hybrid or tank build. You mean you're looking for some? What I can likely do for you is link you to the build collection. I'll put it in the chat, although apparently I'm not allowed to put it in my own chat. That's weird. Wait, let me try not a command. Let me try actually just doing that. Yep. Messed up myself there. Apparently selecting stuff is odd. Let me actually just refresh this for a second. Or let me try it through this. Okay. There we go. Wait, let me maybe... Did I do something weird here? Or did I maybe get logged out in this browser? I was trying to do it in OBS, but it really didn't want to. That was odd. Let me try now. Okay. Just needed a refresh. I'll pull up the build collection another time there. In the build collection, there's also a recommended build list with a bunch of, well, as the name says, recommended builds. And either can't. Yeah, Scorpio. Yeah. That's next. Next instead of next. Next, let's look at the Scorpio. Now, the Scorpio will be especially using for its talent. It is one of the few weapons that can actually apply a status effect and do so pretty consistently. What I'll be especially using it for is actually the status effects of poison and disorient and shock. As we hit enemies, the amount of pellets that we hit them with will make a status effect happen, and if on the second shot we hit them, for instance, with the full 8 pellets, we'll do a 10-second poison on them, at least as the base duration. Now, the thing with this especially is we can shoot an enemy, we'll see the debuff above their heads, and then basically from that point onwards, every shot that we put in, that counts towards that counter. And yeah, on 2 shots we get poison, on 3 shots we get disorient, and then on what? They say on 3 shots. Let's write it again. Kind of lost it earlier as well. Next, bumbling over words. Next, let's look at the Scorpio. We'll be especially using the Scorpio for its talent. Its talent is basically when we hit enemies, depending on how many pellets we hit them for, we get a duration of a status effects here. If we hit them, especially with the full 8 pellets of it, it will actually do a 10-second base status effect on the enemy. Now, the diminishing returns effect that shouldn't be affecting PvE does kind of diminish that a little bit, and as well, if the enemies have innate resistances to status effects, that will diminish that as well. But what we especially get is on 2 shots, we get poison, on 4 shots, we get disorient, and on 6 shots, we get shock. If we reach the 9 shots, then we also put a debuff on the enemy for an additional 20% damage. This is just an all-round debuff to them taking 20% from all sources, including as well, again, our status effects. Of note is that status effect, the stat, doesn't affect this at all. It is only based on how many pellets hit on the shot that applies that status effect. So if on the second shot, we hit them for, let's say, 6 out of the 8 pellets, we're only getting an 7-second duration out of that. Now, when we hit an enemy, we see the debuff above their heads. That is that marker. As long as that is active, basically, we are increasing the counter every time we hit them. On the 2-shot, we're getting the poison there. If we move it onto the 4 shots, we get the disorient going. If we move it to the 6-shot, we shock them. And then, yeah, if we were to go all the way to 9 shots, we definitely will require a reload because, yeah, at best, even if we tactical reload Scorpio, we get 8 shots. There is something to be said for maybe taking magazine here, and for FI, sometimes people do take that. Here on an Eclipse, I definitely want to have that damage to targets out of cover, especially for the vial takes and just a little bit more damage there. But especially what I will be using this for is quite often, if there are reds and purples especially, they do get staggered even from poison. So just shooting them twice quickly will stagger them. And of course, in that time that they're staggered, I can land the chem underneath them and then set them on fire. And that is this the main usage of this tool. Now, of course, as well, once I have enemies on fire, I'll still keep firing into the bunch, basically, as any of these status effects that we apply, especially, for instance, if we take it to the disorient or such, if they die while that effect is active, it'll get spread around, of course, and the shock especially can be very strong for that. This also for whenever I run into mechanicals, warhounds and such, I'll just try to get to that 6 shot because of course I can't really set them on fire. My Sting or Hive, for instance, could work against them. If I have some form of EMP, that will work against them. Crossbows, of course, as well will work against them, but just landing 6 shots, for instance, on a warhound is a really good usage of this Scorpio. And that's why, to me, it is definitely one of the main tools to use. Because, yeah, if you don't go with a Scorpio, then the recommended other weapon is the capacitor. And, of course, what the capacitor is just an increase, especially to skill damage. That will increase our fire damage as well. Together with that, we'll be recouping some of that weapon damage from yellow cores, because we will get 45 weapon damage out of this, because we are 6 skill tiers. And together with that, we'll get up to 60 skill damage. We do need to kind of keep shooting at an enemy, or hitting enemies basically, as we build up that meter on the side, but it can be done pretty quickly. The annoying thing of it is especially if I want to swap to a lefty, and then to apply a sledge, for instance, and then swap back, whatever we had on it will definitely go away. This isn't the case for the fire cam, because at the fire cam, if we pull that out, and then, for instance, put it away again, we do keep our stacks then. So when you're using the capacitor, you do definitely want to keep sticking to it. It can be a very useful tool, and especially solo would be the pick. But I just generally don't run Eclipses solo. Yeah. Let's talk in sync next, and then go from there. Shit, I need to find actually which one. Okay, this one's which ones we're keeping. Wait, did I already put the lefty one in here? Okay, so the Scorpio one, although that's just this last one, right? Like all of the other ones are me messing up. Yeah. Let's look at Orient and then on. Yeah. That's definitely a cut. Yeah. Egypt here. Is well better than the Catalyst for Eclipses, definitely, yeah. Catalyst can be a pick, but yeah, it's just, I would much rather have the consistency of this over the Catalyst. Might actually run Catalyst for, because yeah, for one of the builds I do want to run Catalyst, just to kind of show it. Especially the solo version, where we kind of gain as well with the damage here. Yeah. Let's actually have this target be a little further. Annoying me that sometimes in the fire there. Next, let's look at a simple concept that is actually important for basically all of the fires and such, and status effects. So in general, one of the things that is always true is that a stronger status effect will overwrite a weaker one, as long as it's damage based. So yeah, of course, in the case, for instance, with foam or such, they don't do damage. So even if you are a 6 tier foam and somebody else, for instance, does a 0 tier foam, you can't overwrite it. But fire, you can. So for instance, here, when I set this enemy alight with, for instance, an grenade, if I then take my fire chem, it will be a little bit hard to see, but I'll ignite it late there. But the fire overwrote it, even though it was active, because it is a stronger fire. So that way as well, we can use our fire grenades and then overwrite it. That's then also the reason why to consider, for instance, in sync. And I do sometimes still use in sync, although I've kind of moved away from it, and I'm especially using the Scorpio and the Lefty as my main tools. But this can still be useful. Again, we're putting it on a shotgun for the damage to armor again. And here, for instance, if I set them on fire with my fire cam, now, of course, normally I wouldn't, if I send another fire out, and we can see that here, it doesn't actually reset the duration. They are on fire with that same strength of fire, and it will just need to run out. Now, instead, if I set them on fire, ignite, pull out my shotgun in sync, now I have a stronger fire. So now I can re-fire them. So when I ignited that second one, it set them on fire again, basically renewing the complete duration and, of course, getting us a little bit more damage. So this can be quite useful, especially when there's a big pack or something. And instead of just waiting, for instance, for the fire to run out and then set them alight again, you can already do so when it's basically halfway or about to run out, increasing your damage. That can also be done with a capacitor as well, or any other source that increases the damage for that time being. For instance, as well, overcharging if you get overcharged in that time. And or if the enemy receives a debuff, maybe an opportunistic from an ally or something, if you reapply the fire to them, now they'll take that increased damage. And that can be a very useful tactic. And I would quite often use this, especially to keep a fire going for a long time. But yeah, that has been kind of cut into by the diminishing returns effect. Yeah, so actually when the diminishing returns come, because yeah, that's the last thing we want to discuss here, and then we're going out of the tactics. How long are we off? Wait, really? Oh, how long is this? Together? I got 24 minutes. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Let me actually look that up. I mean, we have the tool for it now. Right? We can just go and so you mean T20. Oh yeah, it was Project Resolve, wasn't it? Hey there, Randy. And yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Hope you're doing well as well, and everybody else too on this Wednesday. So far, so good. And a kind of a relax-ish day for me. Although I gotta do a lot of home stuff. Just cleaning and maintaining. Yeah, let's go diminishing returns. Yeah, let's have this die. Have this one also in range, maybe. That one's also in range. Actually, maybe I can show it more easily even here. No, likely single target. And let's actually explain that diminishing returns effect. This came in with TU20. It was actually slated just to be a PvP thing, but also affected PvE in the end. So as we apply status effects, every time we do so, and the enemy especially dies to it and such, the next status effect that we apply will actually have a shorter duration if it's of the same type. And this can be actually quite annoying for eclipses, as we're applying a lot of status effects, of course. So every time we kind of set an enemy alight anew, we kind of lose a little bit of our duration. And eventually, what will happen is that the duration will actually fully fade away. Should maybe, nah, it's kind of hard to see with this. Generate bleed rounds? Or we just Ridgeway? As that's kind of, the fire is long enough that it's kind of hard to see. Yeah, let's maybe do it with Ridgeway. It doesn't matter what my build is. Oh, she doesn't have a Ridgeway. Doesn't matter. Yeah. Let's go a bit slow. And let's actually explain those diminishing returns effects as oh well, diminishing returns on status. This might be better way to say it. Let's retry. And let's actually explain those diminishing returns on status effects. This came in with TU20. This was a slated change for PvP. And it did also affect PvE, annoyingly. And this does affect eclipses quite a bit. As enemies get status affected, and also the player themselves as well, if we receive, or the enemy receives, multiple of the same status effects in the same area, and it doesn't need to be the same enemy, it can also be over several spawns, which is quite annoying. As for instance here, I'm applying actually Eclipse, or well, we've given up on the Eclipse, basically we're just doing it with the Ridgeway here, and I'm applying a bleed. That bleed duration, every time we apply it basically to this enemy, even though they will die and be a new enemy basically, but it's kind of in the same area, they will actually get a reduced bleed each and every time. It isn't noticeable on the first few, but for instance, when this one dies and we take it to this next one, we can kind of see that the duration is kind of decreasing. If we add to it by killing a few here, every time they go a little bit shorter. And this eventually will lead to the enemy being immune to it. And as we decrease it even more, actually wait, why? That's normal duration all. Wait. Normally it worked in here as well. Actually, let's just take it to invulnerable for a second. Because I haven't checked this recently. But also, yeah, if that had changed, backfire would have changed on ourselves as well. Or maybe in here it's not transitive. Oh, and here it's not transitive. Okay. Because normally as well, outside of here, yeah, it doesn't need to be the same anyway. But yeah, and now it's still there. Yeah, let's then show it with this then. Already D1 bleed. And yeah, let's explain those diminishing returns on. I lost where I was going with that sentence. And let's explain those diminishing returns on status effects. This came in with tier 20. This was a thing that was supposed to be just PvP only, but it snuck its way into PvE as well. So as we apply status effects to enemies, they will start to become more and more immune to certain status effects. So if we apply bleed, each time that we apply bleed to that enemy, they will get a reduced amount on them. In the wild, not so much in the range, but in the wild, this also actually applies across waves quite often. You might have enemies spawning from the same door, basically being in an area. You set the first wave on fire, the second wave that you set on fire will have actually a shorter duration. Now here actually with the bleed, we can kind of show it as on this enemy, once this bleed runs out, and we kind of can keep an eye on it on how long this one takes. This is an invulnerable enemy, so they'll get, they'll stay alive. They don't really die. As we apply a second bleed, it's a shorter duration. Now, from the first one to the second one, it isn't that noticeable. But when we, for instance, go to this third one in a second, once this bleed wears off, it is noticeably shorter than the very first one, especially if you were to put them side by side. And especially at some point, and that is now, they are immune to it. So generally, you can apply 3 in a row, then they will become immune to it. They will stay immune to it for a little bit, because here, for instance, yeah, I have the Ridgeway, so that's how we're proccing this. But yeah, they'll stay immune for a little bit, and then basically the cycle resets. But this can be very annoying, especially, for instance, if you're fighting up, pretty big boss, especially the legendary bosses, much more so for foam eclipses. This can be very annoying as, yeah, we lose efficiency as we apply more and more status effects. And there is no real workaround here, we just have to deal with it. It isn't too terrible though, and yeah, we can still get done the things that we need to get done. Yeah. All is good. So maybe I record the solo segment already. Because I want to do a solo one, and then the Banshee one, and then the baseline one, then the glass one, and then, although no, the glass one is the last one, so, and then the other backpack one, and then the glass one. Also, I want to do a BTSU one actually, some in there somewhere, so we'll see. Yeah, let's actually set this up for solo. Or maybe we just go and do a few territory controls or something with it. Or just some open world stuff. Yeah, shotguns are. Oh wait, does AR set as well? AR set as well, okay. What was it? This thing can go. Am I blind? Where's... What? Oh, there. I am blind. Didn't scroll high enough. One to the lefty. Lefty capacitor. This can go.
I've got it. Come take a look.
Let's make sure all of this is in here in my folder. So you see as well how long we have it already. Okay. It's already an hour. I mean, yeah, it is a masterclass. Yeah. I need a Reese. Indeed. And take two. Although, well, we've had a bunch of takes. I mean, that's, yeah. Sometimes we get ourselves into some tongue twisters. Let me go over here as well. Yeah, let's, no, let's go with this. Yeah. And let's start actually moving towards some gameplay here. What I want to start with here is running actually Eclipse solo. Now, as I said again, I prefer Eclipse as a group support, basically. I like being the thing that kind of takes care of the riffraff, and then the big boys are kind of my allies' problem in a 4-man team, especially. And solo, while you can definitely make use of Eclipse, I just lean towards other builds. But it is still a very effective build solo, and we'll show that here. For solo, as we discussed in the specialization section, we're definitely going to take, instead of survivalist, which is much more group utility, here we're going to go with firewall for that burn duration. Then as well, I'm going to pair that with a capacitor and not take the Scorpio. And that is just to have the extra damage from this. Especially solo, we kind of need this as well to kind of deal with some of the enemies. We'll be keeping the fire chem and then likely swapping out the skills as we need to, but especially the fire chem will still be my main tool. Let's actually take this and go do some activities with it. Yeah. You know what? Let's grab a graded capacitor as well. Am I blind again? I mean AR. So we'll start ungraded and then go graded. Yeah, no worries, and yeah, thanks for poking in and yeah, catch you around.
Was dream.
But yeah, thanks for coming by and saying hi. Yeah, what do we wanna take this? Could also take it for some bannies or something. Could take that and then New Venice. But especially this is gonna be trivial. Yeah, let's do that. So we're restarting message. Yeah, it's in this one. As let's go indeed. Take this up against some outcasts here, for instance, public execution. We're going into it with heroic, but no directive set. We could, of course, take a few directives, especially things like Fog of War and such, and Ragers, of course, not the biggest deal to deal with, although Ragers can actually be annoying for Eclipses, as we do kill a bunch of enemies together, especially. But things like cool skills and scavenge skills can actually get in the way. Although scavenge skill by itself, especially in a group setting, can actually be an improvement for Eclipses. Mostly because we can actually pick up more kills and get more charges through scavenge skills than we would normally naturally get. So it isn't that great for especially the Stinger Hive or such, or especially skills that don't have charges, but for the fire chem, we can actually charge up faster with it. Now here we cleared out the enemies, but we get an extra patrol alongside of it. One thing to get just practice in with is the fire cam. You'll notice that here, and yeah, it's kind of not so much even to just toot my own horn, but to set expectations, is that I'm pretty proficient with the fire cam, and I don't mean proficiency system, I mean actually, you know, the me, basically. It doesn't just to toot my own horn, but especially it will take some time to get good with the fire cam. One thing that is important to kind of use with that is especially, yeah, we do have the aiming reticule, of course, and you just want to, for instance, what I do for range finding is I kind of range find quickly by just, yeah, taking it across and just looking for where the red is. When it becomes red, of course, there's an enemy within it, and yeah, I just kind of aim alongside of it, especially as well. The thing to get in the habit of, if there is an enemy in the cover, what you do is you don't per se fire at the cover or try to hit them directly, you just fire next to the cover. And that is a very handy way. You just land it next to them and ignite and set them alight. Let's take it to New Venice. Here, I'm using actually a ungraded capacitor. We'll grab a grade 30 capacitor in a second, and that does make a big difference, of course, if we add in, because we don't have that much weapon damage going currently. So we do have the recouping basically from the capacitor, of course, but not, you know, not to a degree of a full red build or something. So definitely grading will help a lot if you want to run Eclipse solo. And there's definitely something to be said for running Eclipse solo. But for me, I find it sometimes frustrating, especially if we're going up here. I'm going up against Outcast, one of the easier factions to kind of deal with. If we're going up against Black Desk with their war hands and such, it can be a lot slower than just running a red build or, for instance, a tech tank. And that's kind of the reason why I lean towards this. Here as well, we're kind of taking it into content, and I'm specifically, for instance, going after this control point, where I know that in this control point, all of the waves in a second are going to spawn up there. And then actually on the defense as well, they're all going to spawn over there. Because of that, we can kind of spawn cap them. That is, of course, the strength of an Eclipse. If we know where the enemy is going to be, we can actually deal really well with them. Here, we'll grab a Delta. God damn.
Press space to start.
Servers, why you do this to me? I'm just going to restart that whole segment. Because trying to cut it together is going to be awkward. It's going to look weird if I try to cut it together, I feel. What's going on with the servers? Or is it just me? Neither, Andre. And again, in general, try to keep it English. If you can, just use Google Translate. Like that's what I'm doing too, just to get what you're saying. But yeah, because yeah, so far you've been kind, but just can't have foreign languages there. But yeah, hey there to you too as well. They. Yeah, let's load back in. It's putting me here as well. And yeah, that thing's gone now. I think despawn too. I was like, maybe we do that. Maybe we just do New Venice by itself. I wanted to do an activity leading into it. Also, can I actually jump back? I haven't ever tried here. Those guys are near. Yeah. Let's clear this out so we have continuity. And here we'll take it first up against the control point. I definitely wouldn't be, this wouldn't be the thing I would use it for. But just to show the capabilities here. Because you definitely, can run Eclipse solo. But as I discussed, I kind of, if I'm running solo, I'm going to lean very strongly towards things like a tech tank, for instance. While this can deal well with basically everything as well, it just, in some situations, especially against, for instance, Black Tusk and such, or if you have just the named, for instance, in a second as well, will likely struggle a little bit with the named, especially if it's an LMG guy. We're sneaking in. There's actually on the side there the path that I took into here. We can kind of get here. Especially this is handy, of course, because they will all spawn there on the assault here. So I do have my Stinger Hive. I'm going to actually put my Stinger Hive here and kind of deal with these enemies. Once they're kind of distracted by that, I'm going to try to set them alight, although fail miserably. I'm just going to take away this RC. And the effects of a Stinger Hive is actually very much area denial. Enemies will try to get out of it any way that they can, and that can be a very useful thing. It can just buy you time or just be used as the main tactic. So here as well, I'm going to set some enemies on fire, and then I'm going to use my capacitor, especially as my weapon, of course. We'll spread that fire around. And there's also the reason why we took, for instance, the burn duration there is to make that burn a lot longer. With this as well, even especially with the initial burn, if we catch elites and such, they will die to it, and even purples and stuff, of course, as well. Here, we know where they're going to spawn. There is one enemy behind me, of course, and we do have enough firepower with a capacitor to deal with enemies. We're on the red build, of course, but there is enough firepower there to get some enemies down. Here we didn't get, for instance, an LMG named, but even this gal, we're still kind of, they're not dying very quickly. Because of course, if you, for instance, were to take a hotshot determined into here, this would be still faster than this, even though we're not really struggling for time. But this can run into more trouble, especially, if we're taking it up against Black Tusk, which have Warhounds and such. This just doesn't deal well with mechanicals and heavies. Here, I've specifically picked this place as well, as I know where enemies are going to spawn. And that's kind of cherry picking, but we kind of also need to do that if we're going to run this build. Now, here as well, we're running it with zero directive. Especially things like cool skills, of course, can get in the way of our, having both of our skills. Here as well, I see that team coming. One thing you can do definitely is just get in the habit of kind of just going over the ground and just getting a range finding basically where the enemy is and then landing the chem underneath them. That way you can generally, very easily, and I generally don't go for direct impacts and such, I generally aim at the ground and try to find the range on them that way. Especially as well if enemies are behind cover. So for instance, let's say there's an enemy behind this cover. What we don't want to do is like try to land it on it or such, or like direct impact them. What we can do is just fire it alongside of it, just on the side. Especially if the fire cam goes red, we know there are enemies there. Here as well. So I know they're going to spawn up there and down here. This is the only two spawns on the defense here. I'm going to put my hive, of course, just in the middle of it. It might die actually to one of the rushers as they come out because they might go after that. But that's also then kind of the usage for it. Let's call out for allies. And one thing I would recommend is just spending some time with the fire cam, trying to get good with it. It is an acquired skill. It's, like getting good at headshots, like getting good at other things. You just have to use the skill for a while, and after a while, you'll get better and better with it. At least I would hope. Some time spent on it will do wonders. Because, once you get quick with it, once you get to the point where you can just, get it quickly under enemies, that can make all the difference in the world. And while the fire sticky can, for instance, be a faster tool, especially here, for instance, it would actually be a little bit detrimental because I couldn't catch all of these waves. I would catch one wave and then I would kind of be
Serious trauma detected.
out of it. Here, I was trying to not use a charge there, but in the end, let's actually use that charge. I did get health gated there. I need to watch out a little bit because, of course, yeah, we don't have a revive hive. We have a stinger hive instead. But that stinger hive is, yeah, also kind of keeping them busy and such. Here, though, is kind of the issue that sometimes eclipses run into. So, yeah, we do have an enemy here that is pretty hefty. They're also going to take multiple fires and then, you know, the diminishing effects are going to take root. But we can kill them fast enough here as well. Here, I'm also with a tier or grade 0 capacitor. What I do have as well is a grade 30 one. And of course, we don't have that much weapon damage here because when we swap to this, we have 55 all weapon damage and then 30 assault rifle damage. And of course, adding 30 grading to this all weapon damage bonus here, that is actually a pretty hefty bonus, of course. So let's equip that and let's take it against something else as well. And we'll cut it out there.
I hope nothing comes along to stir things up today.
Let's go get our loot.
Supply room access.
We did the shoot, let's do the loot. Oh, and I'm also... and yeah, hey there, Prime. Oh yeah, sorry for not paying attention there. I was gonna... we're recording basically for a future video, so... But yeah, welcome in everybody. And yeah, sorry for being kind of into it there. As I, while I'm recording, I just don't have chat up just to not get distracted, but of course sometimes as well works against me, as I also misspell shout apparently. And I hope you had a good stream Pierre and or Prime, I mean. and yeah, welcome in and welcome in Raiders. What a timing indeed. Oh yeah, no worries, but yeah, very much appreciated. Hope you had a good stream. Hope you had some fun. And enjoy your food. I definitely understand the post stream and just wanting to go chill, fill back up, refill on fluids and food, and yeah, sorry for being a little distracted there. Yeah, let me make sure I got up on everything and didn't miss anything there. Let's see there. I think I've changed some of the server and works like that. Well, happy to hear. Happy to hear there, 30. Anyway, welcome in everybody. And over here, I'm recording segments for the video Saturday, which is going to be the Eclipse Masterclass. So we're gonna be eclipsing a bunch. Although actually, so I'm gonna just record 2 more segments here. We've already recorded quite a bit. We've been going for a while. And yeah, I'm gonna record the rest on Friday. Tomorrow I'll be away, so sadly I can't record anything tomorrow, but I'm gonna record the solo gameplay segments here, and then we'll try one matchmaking with the beginner version. Should I take this to bounty? I feel bounty. Although maybe I go get a bounty and then do the bounty. How long was that segment? 5:52. Yeah, I wouldn't mind. Although maybe also other factions, something different. Heinous. Or maybe a section of a mission. It's either one of those two. Whole mission would be too long for the addition here. Because at the end of the as well, I don't want this to go over the original length, which is like 220. That's the old Masterclass length. Yeah, let's go different faction. Brooklyn maybe? Just to... Because yeah, what else am I gonna do in the open world, right? Let's take it to Brooklyn maybe. And neither, sir. Yeah, let me just check if I missed anything else there. Yeah, let's take it back to this because yeah, while I'm recording, I won't have chat up on screen, but we'll catch up afterwards and such. Do I have actually any heroic bounties here? No, not on this character. Could take a named group and then can just reset here to get more things to spawn. Could also show the spawn position by the pier. Like not everybody knows that yet. No, let's just reset this. I already ate that server restarting message at the bottom. Actually, yeah, that's gonna be. It's gonna. I'm likely gonna blur it out. Was it there for all of the tactics? No, right? Was it here? No. So wasn't here either. Okay, so it's only been there for that segment. Yeah, let's try real quickly. I'm just gonna quit and load back in. Not have that message there because if I have to, like, I'm okay doing it for like blurring it out for a segment, but if I have to do it like for multiple segments, might as well just take the minute here to reload back up and then not have it. I don't. Anyway, the game's not helping today. We've already had multiple deltas. Game's being a dick. And let's hope that message is gone now. It should be. Usually when you... Because already resessioning will actually make it so that it won't affect you, as you'll likely be on a different server, but the timer still keeps going, which is... Yeah, the thing I want to do for that beginner one as well is just random matchmake. And yeah, we'll see what we get. We might need to do several things. Yeah, so the message is gone. World's reset. I want to go for a control point here. But I do want to go for just some territories or something. Knowing that there's nothing near there. Let's go sneak up on that. We'll hit the public first and then just hit these two territories or something. I definitely want to take out my flamethrower at some point and make the obvious silly joke with it. Hopefully we do get some ammo. This area also always looked a little suspicious. Although it's just supposed to be like an extra exit, right? But it's weird that, yeah, so this is right behind. Wait, is this actually behind where Parnell is? The shop is here. Well, for now, it would be like here-ish, right? Because that's the shop, and that's the like the quartermaster. Then this is. Because this seems just like a weird entrance to castle, just to have, but also, yeah, a lot of the other settlements have the same. Public execution. Oh, what was my last frame here? I was kind of just facing the camera. You need to remember, actually, after each of the gameplay segments and stuff, to go back to this menu, because I can fade across, basically, by with that, which looks a lot better. But here, actually, we'll be kind of facing the camera and just getting a close enough approximation to what I had here, which is... Okay, so something like these. Yeah. And here we'll take that, yeah, with that grade 30 capacitor now. Up against some enemies here in Brooklyn, just for the change of scenery. We'll just do a few activities here. And yeah, we'll start with a public execution, and we'll publicly execute all these people. That's what that means, right? What we want to do here, of course, is, yeah, spread our fire, which I'm actually not doing well. And then also get our other skill out. I'm using the Stinger Hive, of course, pretty aggressively, and just trying to get it in the middle of the enemies and try to get that to end them. Here as well, especially if we have a status effect on the enemy, even if it is, for instance, just the bleed, we are getting the bonuses of our backpack. So the difference that we do here on an enemy that isn't status affected at all versus an enemy that is, you know, even just bleeding, because we are getting that 30% as well. So here, once we kill this guy, the next wave will spawn. Here, I don't actually know the spawn points too well. We have been health gated again, and yeah, we need to watch out. Yeah, I'm gonna kind of get a fire going. She's a pretty easy target to kill afterwards, so we'll go with that. And of course, the health and armor scaling of enemies is pretty, it's pretty easy when it comes to it on heroic solo. Here, I know if I kill that guy, it's gonna spread to this person, so my priority there didn't become just shooting the nearest enemy, but shooting the enemy that was gonna help me out. And we'll just set them alight, and not even kindly run into our hive there. The thing is, I don't feel this is really the best use of Eclipse. You can definitely do it, and it works out well enough, but I wouldn't use this for just solo open worlding. Unless you're looking just for a little bit of difference here. I want to pick up that bounty actually because I have a bunch of bounties saved up in downtown west for some bounty cheesing on this character. So instead, we'll just go towards this territory control. Now, of course, if you know where enemies are going to spawn, that's one of the things as well with Eclipse especially, is that if you can play it proactively, meaning that you know what's going to happen, especially in missions and stuff, of course, we kind of know where waves are going to spawn if you've played them enough. Thing is, though, that, yeah, if you haven't played it enough, then you don't. That's also one of the things that a lot of players go, like, for the first build or something, go Eclipse. What they forget is that that only really works if it's, for instance, for a player that already has all this game knowledge. A player starting out and is reactively playing Eclipse is actually likely going to have overall a worse time than just running a red build. Because at least with a red build, if you just play it reactively, you'll get decent enough results. With an Eclipse, especially knowing where the spawn points and such are, really makes a really big difference. Yeah, let's grab our rewards here, and then let's take it to another territory control there. We'll also grab that specialization ammo up there. One nice thing with Survivalist as well is that you'll generate a lot of specialization ammo. And that's, of course, group-wide as well, as we have the group ammo bar for that, which is the orange pips you have next to your ammo there. And that fills up depending on kills from the group, and then also, of course, the specialization bonuses that you get in there. With Survivalist, it is getting kills with status effects on enemies, and yeah, that happens a lot with Eclipse, of course. That can actually be very useful for hard to earn and such. Did this thing despawn? No, it just is blipping in and out. Now here, actually in Brooklyn, I don't know the spawn points that well yet. Now, for instance, on this one, I do believe it has few, one being a sewer nearby here, which I think is that one actually. And of course, with the fire, we have the spread of the fire. So the range, the radius that we set enemies on fire, especially with the chest equipped, is pretty large. But yeah, especially in open world like this, it's not going to hit everybody. Now here,
Enemy patrol detected.
this enemy is... Oh, they're over there. And yeah, we'll just quickly get a chem underneath them. And yeah, getting good with the chem is just practice. It just takes a little while, and as you keep doing it. And yeah, one thing you can use the chems area, or the predicted area for it, is just checking if it goes red somewhere. So actually, I don't know where this last guy is. This drone also isn't being nice and going back to their owner. Oh, they're up there. So here as well, we're going to bounce it off the backboard and land it right on top of them. That's one of the handy tricks to get hang of just thinking in bounces. We have a elite patrol here. Now, this is, of course, basically my worst enemy, which is a heavy. But we have some trickery we can use, for instance, for this one. Because I know that when we shoot at that backpack tank, they do take off their mask. I'm going to actually set my Stinger Hive out there just so I get the bleed on them. Just for that extra damage. And then quickly finish them off. And yeah, the territory control wave also spawned here, which was kind of them. Do we have anything else nearby? We do have a control point, of course, but we might not want to go for a control point. Yeah, let's quickly run down the street to this. And yeah, especially elevated enemies like that, quite often they are within a range where we can hit them with a bounce. And that's a good habit to get into. You want to have that in your toolbox, basically, at the ready. And after a while, yeah, you can bounce it off the ceiling, you can bounce it off the wall behind them, and try to just land it pretty close to them. That way as well, you can actually bounce it a little bit around the corner. So even sometimes when a door is somewhat obscured from you, if it's let's say that door, what I can do is just, bounce it from up there and land it on top of them if they were spawning from that door. And those tricks are, yeah, things that you have to build up over time. That's the whole, for instance, as well. Toolbox series is kind of about that, of course. Let's go get this public execution here under the bridge as well. And just gonna set one on fire, try to spread it. And we can deal actually decent damage together with our fire, of course. We have rushers coming my way. I'm just gonna double tap actually my hive. That will also auto deploy it, of course. And yeah, that will kind of help me take care of those enemies. I'm gonna pick it back up again and toss it. That's kind of the nice thing, of course, about the hives and the deployed skills is, yeah, you can pick it up and just send it again. Here, I actually have no idea where they're gonna spawn, but they're kind of over there. The minimap, of course, showing me that. Here, without any directives, it's pretty easy. But even, for instance, with directives, and then quite often with the modifiers, of course, markings about them. So I kind of can tell with that, for instance, where they're coming from. And yeah, we'll just send another fire cam. Playing Eclipse solo does really rely on getting good with the fire cam and just landing those shots consistently, because that is your main tool. And then alongside of it, you kind of have the capacitor to kind of finish some enemies off. And then situationally, you can get a sledge going, but as you kind of saw, I kept the capacitor there, especially as well as the stacks on it. Of course, if we weapon swap, we do lose those. But that was a little bit of just running around in the open world with an Eclipse, which is not the thing I would generally use this build for, but you definitely can. And especially one thing you can use this for is what some people do is run solo on challenging with 5 directives. That can actually be faster than going heroic with 5 directives, especially for an Eclipse like this. But then an Eclipse in challenging with 5 directives can actually be quite a bit faster than most other builds, even on heroic with 5 directives. Of course, determined can kind of make enough of a difference there that will catch up. But yeah, that just, for instance, for farming levels, that can actually be a thing to do because some people do prefer that. Just to let you know. Anyhow, we'll cut it off there.
Thank you.
We'll grab our completion. Yeah, let me catch up on chat as we're of course recording for quite a bit. How long was that segment? In the end, 9 minutes. Okay. Now let's take this back to DC. Yeah, let me catch up here for a second. Oh, see, on YouTube is possible. I'm thinking of someone else. I mean, I do YouTube as well. Same name, so. I'm touching laugh sometimes. Oh yeah, most people that are, for instance, as well here, I'm actually streaming both to YouTube and Twitch at the same time. But yeah, I do have a YouTube channel. I can actually even,
Take a look over here.
let's do the content creator thing and actually link there
Here to check something out?
to that.
Thanks for making the deal.
Let's open these up. So let's take that beginner variant. We're just gonna random matchmake with it. Might take a few times to actually get something. Yeah, let's take it back to normal version.
Perimeter at 1. I repeat, all off-duty guards
Let's.
return to the perimeter.
Oh yeah, and oh no, actually, one gunner. It's the beginner variant.
Go. Best gear in the city.
Let's that. Anyways, to look serious on YouTube. Yeah, we'll have a few upcoming ones into that. The next one's gonna be just the red one first. I'll likely be a few videos away still though. Was I grabbing Palisade? Let's take that.
Violators will be removed from the secure area immediately.
Talking to the gear doesn't make it work better, but it does.
Banshee. Mod shit. Yeah. Because that's kind of my recommended starter version is to just take Gunner and Banshee Pulse.
Come take a look.
Just because Banshee Pulse is like super easy for a newbie to use. And you can get good enough results with it. Yeah, let me get you here. I'm currently using Val and Erlang with a trauma golden chess piece of works and challenging, but not above. Please don't listen. He said it's, but it'll still did it work for me. Here I'm using an Eclipse, which isn't, yeah, again, it's kind of, I was saying in that segment recording, like, isn't the thing I would use solo. So for instance, a triple tick build can work really well. The thing is, yeah, you wouldn't want to use things like trauma or something because that's going to eat into your damage by more than it provides help with. One of the good builds, for instance, that can work well. I'm going to find it. So for instance, one of the preferred ways of doing like a status effect kind of build like that, for instance, is, yeah, if you're going for the weapon side of things, this is the triple tick. I'll link to this directly, 410. I'll put them both chats. But this can, for instance, kind of fit that kind of play style pretty well. Let me select it. But yeah, here we're more talking about Eclipse, which is much more skill aligned. So, well, not skill as in like how good you are, but skill as in the skills, right? Like fire chem here, especially. Yeah, let's give this an intro and then let's have that equipped. Was my last frame with inventory? Must have been, right? I've been trying to. Yeah, it was with inventory up. Okay. And let's here move to actually what we saw in the builds pictures on a few. So that beginner kind of variant that I explained, where we're taking Gunner, especially for the Banshee pulse. And this can be a really good way for somebody to start running Eclipse. As especially the Banshee pulse is really easy to use, and yeah, we can use it even through walls, and you can just get a status effect on the enemies, especially, and just get, you know, CC going for your team. This though would definitely at this point be a group build, basically. We're still using the fire as our main tool. We're giving up a little bit of damage because yeah, we no longer have that stinger hive, which can be a really good, powerful tool, but that requires as well game knowledge and such. This we can play a lot more reactively with because yeah, we can just Banshee pulse enemies. They'll get staggered when they get disoriented by this, and then of course we can follow that up with some fire. Here as well, we're kind of combining it with another one that was in there, which was just sticking in a palisade piece in here. Now, palisade piece is, of course, a little bit harder to get than an electric piece. The electric piece comes with a yellow core. The palisade pieces come with blue cores. So this is actually somewhat of a unicorn. This would fit the name of a unicorn, basically. And that is, well, of course, going to not be new player friendly that much. But this by itself can also actually be a really good setup. Just taking Gunner plus a Palisade, we have 20% armor and kill. Well, of course, in this case, we are not killing that much. Our fire will here and there kill something. And that's going to be enough to just fill us back up, letting us be a little bit more aggressive. So we're kind of combining two of those build pictures here into one. We're going to take this into just some matchmaking, random matchmaking, and see what we get, and just kind of run along them and see if we can have an impact. I kind of lost it on the thing there, but it's fine. Oh shit. I will have to re-record it. I didn't have. Yeah. Yeah, I forgot to take chat off. You know what? That's fine as well because I kind of does fit that moniker. That was moniker was the word I was looking for. But I just was on the tip of my tongue, but it wasn't on the tip of my moniker. Yeah, let's take it here. Let's redo that for a second. Yeah. As here, we'll take it to that beginner variant that I kind of introduced in the build section, We're taking Gunner, and especially taking Gunner here for the Banshee Pulse. The Banshee Pulse is a very new player-friendly tool for Eclipses. Very easy to use, reactively can be used just when a wave spawns, you kind of start charging it up, you just send it in the general direction. And this way, in group settings, you can still have some impact, even if you kind of aren't great yet with landing your fire chems. You can still have an impact just by getting this Banshee Pulse onto enemies, and your allies will likely spread that, but also just with that, they'll get staggered by the disorient, and then you can land the fire chem underneath them. Here we're kind of combining it as well with another one that I kind of showed, which was the Palisade piece. We're swapping out that electric piece here with this Palisade. Now this part is then actually, yeah, not very new player friendly, because this piece, the Palisade pieces come with a blue core, so you would have to find a piece that has status effect and skill haste on it, and then optimize that, and then recalibrate the core, of course. And that isn't very new player friendly. This definitely fits the moniker of a unicorn, and is kind of a harder piece to get. So of course, yeah, you could just go with an electric piece starting out. Here we're kind of combining both of them and kind of going for this 20% armor on kill, because we have 10% from the Palisade and 10% from Gunner. And while we don't have that many, because of course we're giving up, basically the Banshee Pulse does no damage, so we don't have that Stinger Hive to kind of help with some kills as well. We still have our fire, and that will kill some enemies here and there, and let us be aggressive. Now generally as well, for actually casual play, even in the baseline Eclipse, I do like sometimes grabbing an Palisade piece, sticking that in. You can still get plenty of kills here and there to be aggressive with it, and this will just fill up your armor back up. Because we're only really losing 10% status effect, which is a loss, but not a humongous one. Let's take this into just some random matchmaking. We'll see who we get, and then also see if we can have an impact with this build. Yeah, that was also a little smoother. And now for the random matchmaking. Yeah. So I'll start on it here. Yeah, let's just go. And let's do that by going into our map, going to matchmake. We're just going to matchmake for a random main mission on Heroic. Here I'm just also showing this process because actually I want to show a little trick here, which I have shown quite often. We of course get an invite here. What we can do actually is, before accepting it, if we go into social and look at it, we can know which mission we're going to. This doesn't always show the mission, this shows where the person is. So if they're inside of the mission, then we know exactly where we're going. Here, Jefferson Plaza. If it is, for instance, in the open world, they might be matchmaking for a mission, but then just playing around in the open world and such. So oftentimes you can find out where we're going before we go there. And yeah, of course, if you have a few missions that you maybe don't enjoy as much, that might make a difference here. Here, yeah, we're loading in and finding our friends on the ground.
An agent needs assistance.
Let's see if we can help them out. Now here, of course, yeah, that Banshee Pulse especially, this is the reason to kind of go for it. It can be very easy to use. It is pretty effective. And now, of course, against the mechanicals here, that Warhound, we won't do anything, but we can still, yeah, quickly just get something out and then follow that up if we can. Here, I'm just gonna try to have an impact by helping my allies here. Getting status effects going on enemies. And yeah, they'll take care of the dog here. In coordinated teams, what quite often we will try to go for, and here's why actually I'm going to go for those shock rounds. Actually, what we try to go for is, yeah, the Eclipse kind of deals with all of the reds and the purples and weakens those, and then what especially the rest of the team, if I'm with some reds and such, they can basically leave most of the reds just to die from my fire. But of course, in random teams, that's not going to happen as much. I'm going to go down here, and actually, yeah, I'm going to charge up here, and we're going to, for instance, here, my allies have already spawned them. I'm going to just send that through the wall. And that's really the use case for this, and that's why I do recommend this starting out. If nothing else, even if I don't land my fire chems, we're still having an impact just by disorienting the enemies. Here as well, I'll try to get a disorient going on this enemy just by Scorpioing them. I know the next wave is going to spawn when that enemy dies. And yeah, I don't have a... Actually, what I tried to do there, you saw me pull out my specialization weapon. I saw a Warhound, and of course, what I wanted to do with them was to crossbow them, which is usually the tool that I have on my back. The minigun we won't use as much. It isn't potent, really, without any weapon damage to help it with. What I could have done there, I do have shock rounds actually, and yeah, we should use those. That status effect as well. If the enemy dies with that shock on them, they will spread it, of course. It is a status effect applied by an Eclipse. It doesn't matter what the source is. Here as well, actually, in this mission is a good point where, for instance, we have these barrels, these DC-62 barrels in several places. Now, most of them in the invaded version are already blown up, but in the uninvaded version, if I blow them up, if enemies run into that, they will also get affected by it. I'm gonna go in with my ally, and again, I'm just gonna charge it up. And here, for instance, as well, even if I didn't know exactly where they're spawning, I could kind of aim it in the general direction, and then, of course, just kind of aim, see the minimap, and then aim and then send it. Here as well, we don't have any directives, so that helps a little. I'm gonna use some of those shock rounds that I grabbed earlier. And yeah, special ammo can really be a game changer. Now, of course, if we have an OD in the team, they will overwrite our special ammo. But even then, we're of course still getting their bleed, and we should apply that liberally as well. I'm gonna try to land the fire. I'm actually gonna send a try to get a foam going, because we also, with because of gunner, what we also have is actually the foam from that. So we could actually, if we land a foam grenade on an enemy, so for instance that heavy can be a good target for that, if we get a foam on the enemy, yeah, that will also spread if they die. Well, Warhound in the back, I'm gonna send some shock that way. When I shock them as well, we will apply Vile, but yeah, that's not that impactful to a Warhound, for instance. It will weaken them a little bit, but the Vile is definitely always just a little bit of a bonus. Here as well, without the Survivalist, we don't have that bonus to our allies for status affected enemies, basically. And that does, yeah, that will weaken the team a little bit that way, but yeah, we're doing so just to get that really good beginner tool in the Banshee boss. We can send it out often and make an impact. Here as well, in a second, they'll spawn in the back, kind of. I don't want to rush in. This, just as general courtesy to allies, is just wait for your teammates and then go in all together. Here, I just used it on one guy. I should have sent it actually further. But we didn't, so it is what it is. And there, yeah, again, I forgot that I'm so used to being survivalist. I was trying to throw a fire grenade, because a fire grenade will linger for a while, as we saw. And especially the next wave is kind of going to be spawning over there in a second. At least partially. My teammates definitely don't have great amounts of damage, but still enough to get us through here, likely. Hoping my allies will help me with murdering this one. I especially want to have my attention somewhat towards there. Forward. Because, yeah, I'm going to catch this wave, especially. And especially not having Fog of War can help a lot with seeing where enemies spawn. But also, if you have, for instance, players and you're coordinating together, or if you're just running, for instance, red builds and such through some of these missions, running a pulse once in a while can actually be a very handy thing to do. Just waiting for them to end. I'm gonna try to see if I can get a foam going. I do get a foam on that guy. I'm gonna actually add fire to it. And when they die, it does spread foam as well. So we do have actually that as an extra tool, and situationally. So for instance, likely here on the boss, although the boss themselves has a has a foam canister on their back, so we're gonna foam them anyway. But for instance, yeah, with some of the bosses, you know exactly where they're gonna spawn, and sometimes they even have some animation where they are very predictable. But here we're definitely helping out. But I'm not doing as much damage as the baseline could do. We're gonna go get this crate over here, as we do want to get all the loot. Even though we're not doing so much shooting, we're doing chemming. We're turning this game into a chemming looter. I want to take cover up there in a second, so what I'm going to do is actually blow that up. Just so it doesn't blow up later. And yeah, I'm going to actually blow up that canister over there of DC-62. That's actually close enough to that door where enemies in a second when they spawn, they'll actually take poison from that. Once this enemy is dead, they'll spawn.
Deprive you of viable cover.
Especially from those kind of two areas. I'm gonna land some chems. I'm gonna shock this guy. At some point as well, we'll have a side wave over there. That can be very dangerous here. And especially one of the things is, yeah, I don't deal a lot of damage, especially for instance against a named like that. Here as well, I can actually use my Banshee. We have some enemies kind of coming out. Just keep them busy. Let my teammates kind of have a breather. Once that team dies, and the name dies, I'm just gonna try to land the fire there. I'll just trust my allies to get. But yeah, once that name dies, actually they spawned up. We haven't been invaded in a while, apparently. Do need to pick up that thing in a second. I think we do get one more wave here.
True Sons were onto something with those DC-62 warheads.
It'd be nice if all my allies helped a little. What is this Warhound doing? This is not the greatest use of these, what I'm doing here, but I would... One of my team helps, and just trying to EMP grenade it there as well is not a great choice. It's fine. They'll die eventually. Yeah, we did get one wave. That's the thing I was waiting for. Add a shack there. I'll even shoot down that box. And honestly, at this point, because yeah, against this Warhound, I'm not doing much. I basically CC them. The rest of it is my teammates' issue at that point.
Your actions here prevented a major war.
But yeah, there we got through a mission. We kind of had an impact. We likely did not do that much damage. We also kind of joined late, and while our team wasn't the strongest, we kind of got through it. That's kind of the thing with this one. It isn't the greatest setup, but it's definitely pretty new player friendly, at least on the gunner plus Banshee pulse. But the Palisade piece, of course, here did help out a little bit. It did heal me up a few times, but of course is a pretty hard piece to get. We could also just stick that into the baseline one. But yeah, let's move on to the next one. There we go. That was fine enough. What was my teammates? Okay. Okay, I was wondering why they hadn't had an impact. Because they joined earlier than me, but had less damage. Yeah, we'll leave them behind. Let me actually make sure I have this. How long was that? 10 minutes. That was kind of fine. But yeah, good old-fashioned just random matchmaking. But also for some of the other ones, we'll just make a coordinated team. But I wanted to just have this one as just random. Yeah, let's take it back to base. Let's take it back to here as well. That's all the recording we're doing today. And then the rest will come on different days. Oh, well, Friday. How long is this thing already? Right, open everything up. It is a total of already 1 hour 31. Sounds about right. Sounds like me. Although there's like 6 minutes of cutting room floor stuff, so that's gonna get taken out, and then
Would all off-duty guards visit?
but yeah, the full masterclass is likely gonna be a little bit over 2 hours, I'm guessing. I don't want to go way over 220, but yeah, I mean, that's kind of why it's called a masterclass.
Good to see you.
It's not called a beginner class. Yeah, let me catch up here. Oh, is there a spider dog going on? And yeah, that guy was definitely indeed a Fenris enthusiast, 4-piece Fenris. Just so you definitely make sure that you have all the bonuses.
Best gear in the city. I've got it right here.
Maybe they think it rolls over. I actually haven't grabbed my weekly here yet. Actually, okay. Yeah, maybe we do. Maybe we do a weekly on this character. Although, wait, was there? Yeah, we can maybe get both then. Because yeah, it's also pistols on the bounty cheesable zone. And I do still need a bunch of... Well, I have all the pistols, but I could use cheaper ones to optimize.
I appreciate the trade.
I think, well, let's maybe just go for a weekly. Yeah. And yeah, so I'm gonna go for a weekly, which is, although I've basically done a step on it already, which is complete invaded missions. But we'll likely just go for capital, which will be instead of title, which takes a lot longer. But yeah, gonna go for some bounties and some activities and stuff. But yeah, if anybody's interested in joining me for that, then feel free to say so, and we can get you in here. Literally have one black dust bounty, but that's kind of fine as well. We can go get more. We have some of the dailies here be black dusk. We could just bang those out, but we also need a bunch of names anyway, so. What's invaded actually? These three. Right. What are those? Masks isn't too bad. But yeah, no bounties there. Yeah, let's go start with some of these bounties. There's a system corruption. I managed to get these. Overall, it's not too great. It can be like in the DZ, hiding your nameplate is actually like the one thing that it does that nothing else does. It used to be good for also pulse resistance and stuff, but nowadays we have mods for that. So system corruption just lacks damage, especially for if you actually want to get into fights. It can be kind of handy for just running away. That's kind of the thing for it. Yeah, let's actually take 5 directives here. I'll be running OD myself. Actually, I should have done that first and then started the bounty. Although honestly, I wouldn't mind it going somewhere else than that. And if anybody's interested in it, feel free to either just join up or let me know and we can get you in here. Where's yeah. I mean, it rolls around, right? You get the first bonus again after the third one, right? But yeah, nah. It's, yeah.
Target near you.
I didn't really catch what their... level was. Okay. Triggered in combat there, so I was like confused as to what was coming for me. But yeah, just these guys. Does this character need some resources? Some only food. So I'll grab the food here. Let me get you some. And hey there, Cladseeker, and yeah, thank you for joining on, and yeah, welcome in. And yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Hope everybody's been enjoying their day so far. For me, it was mostly just doing a bunch of housework stuff and just some work stuff, and then now we get to play some video games.
I'll guard this area.
I was actually trying to hit the dog as well, but I also forgot to grab my pistol anyways. Trying to sledge there. But yeah, let's go do some of the weekly here. And again, if anybody wants to join, just let me know. And I've ended. Yeah, sure, of course. Oh. I suddenly get the reference, I think. Yeah. But yeah, I do like salads, actually. The only issue is for me, I just put, you know, you're supposed to just eat the salad healthy way. I just put like a whole bottle of that sauce on it, so it's like less healthy than a hamburger.
Heavy contact here. Deploying drones now.
Oh shit, that. I forgot I have cool skill, yeah. How about you don't blow me up? We do have healing. Oh, okay.
Serious trauma
Oh,
detected.
it's really bad. Stop healing. There's always a kind of annoying room to deal with names in. I lost my special bullets.
Target neutralized. Good work.
What we got? Oh wait.
That's your target.
So we're gonna use that one. Them dead balls. Hey, it's Bronson as well. Specs. Did you die? Okay.
Target down. Good job.
Also Muff. Oh, we almost had Lanky Muff. Oh, yeah. No comments. There's a lot of people coming. Yeah. We're starting a trend. What am I in combat with? It's a reasonable question to have, right? Actually, let me catch up here for a sec. Ranch. But that's the best part. Maybe I can. Well, maybe that was me. No, yeah, no. I can't bench press much.
Guard duty again?
That's the target agent.
Take these guys out. You have to watch out here. They can shoot through this door. This door isn't real for them. No, that's not this medic. No, that was the medic I killed. Medic round.
Vital signs critical.
It's got my revive hive. Mortar?
Hostile artillery turret
Okay.
detected.
Oh, shit. The hive I had, I no longer have.
Got the target. Nice.
This place is always kind of annoying to fight into. Definitely one of those places where
That's
I like
another
being
one
attacked
down.
and just
Good job, agent.
rolling through it. Instead of... Because there's a lot of choke points where you can't really break out. Yeah, so that was one bounty. Yeah, let's go get some black dust bounties because I have none. So we have those daily ones, but yeah, I don't wanna do those. That's black dusk. And that's gonna take a while to get to. Why are there so little black disk ones? With one there. Let's go for that one. Yeah, let me get you here. Fan of Balsamic, yeah. I spell this and certainly negates the whole vegetable thing. I mean, yeah. But yeah, because I actually do like salads, but I just put way too much dressing on it, basically. What build for Countdown would you recommend for a running gun playstyle? So in Countdown, just running as Red Striker.
Civilians in distress.
You do need to, you know, kind of pay a little bit of attention and not get instantly murdered, but especially if you kind of learn how to play it. But if you just want to kind of be mindless about it, I do like PFEs, especially in Countdown as well. So protection from elite
Immediate
builds.
medical assistance needed.
Oh, maybe you lost sight of me there. How about we don't medic anybody?
Who's got spare ammo? Back on your feet, soldier.
Serious trauma.
Where's the sniper? Am I? Oh, there. Oh wait, where is the? Oh, that's the grenadier. Okay.
Rounds on target.
Let's find this asshole.
But actually, on my channel, if you look for I made actually a video. It's a little bit older now. I don't actually remember when I made it. It's been a while. But it's still valid, basically. All of the builds in there are still valid. And also if any of the builds kind of got changes to them, their build picture will have that.
Immediate medical
Sniper
assistance needed.
Warhound. Yeah.
Agent deceased.
I'm playing way too passively. Need to be much more aggressive. And just get shit done. Oh, actually, that didn't despawn them. Ah, interesting. Unless this is a different one. Oh, maybe. Get down.
Vital signs critical.
I'm dead. Bye. Dead. I'll be dead once.
Serious trauma detected.
I was about to generate some ammo there, but then. Yeah.
That was the last one.
Remember we tried oh, that 25-meter range is gonna be annoying, right? Oh, I should put it there. Yeah, let's go do it there. Did I finish my sentence there? Oh, yeah, I have an older video with countdown builds. If you just search for countdown, it'll be... I don't have that many videos on countdown because it's just that in the guide, so... You likely will encounter that video.
Black Tusk has seized the Viewpoint building.
No.
Probably because of its broadcasting capabilities. We need you to get them out of there. The target is nearby.
Coming around the car.
Hostile
How many...
broadcast picked up.
What's all here? Downside of the Nagav is just isn't accurate enough to go through the little shield.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Is there a whole war zone here? Why is everybody pissed off at me as well? Where's this last black disc? Because I don't want to eat through this whole mini tank. There we go. Oh, that was a black disc. Go away. This is interesting. Yeah.
Got a jammer here. Man down.
Maybe Fuzzy and Peaches. Yeah, let's after this drop it down then to 4 directives, and then we'll just take a tech tank. So what do we-
Civilians in danger.
Is that a hostile?
You okay there? Well, Cabal, if you want to, indeed. You have your in-game name for me? I can invite you, unless you already have me on your friends list. And yeah, again as well, if anybody else want to join. I'm just doing the weekly, and then we're gonna get through that. Likely that'll be also it for today. Might farm a little bit of the LMG zone maybe later on for purples. That go through.
Civilians in distress.
There's one space there.
You have been promoted to group leader.
I mean, we'll just... That invite come true, Cabal, or... So I can just send it otherwise. But yeah, I guess we have a fan of...
Curtailed.
Although, would that maybe even be themselves again there? It's not kind of the way that they talk, so I'm guessing it's not.
Serious trauma detected.
But yeah,
System restored.
people wanting attention there, I'm guessing. 'Cause for a second there, I had to read that second one a few times, going like, are they complimenting me, or
Agent has joined.
are they trying? Because yeah, they're likely so bad at it that it's hard to even make out what they are trying to say. And yeah, let's get through a few more of these bannies. And then we just have the missions and such to do. Okay, I think I still around. Indeed. But I feel it's kind of a failure on the haters' end if they try to hate, and it's kind of unclear if they're hating or not. Feel like as a hater, you can have one rule, one jab. That's just to make sure that you know the person that you're hating on knows that you're hating. One would think.
Get that thing off of me!
Some
Agent, target spotted.
baby Fuzzy and Peaches. Hold the bullet down and try to get damage onto enemies. Oh, aye. And those drones gone.
An agent needs assistance.
Oh, there's poison there. One second, and these
Target
guys gone.
neutralized. Good work.
Also, I need to wait for the poison to be gone, otherwise secondary revive, it's gonna be TDI custom revive.
You got the target. Nice. Target down. Good job.
Oh, my hive grayed out. What's that?
Thank you for keeping us safe, Agent.
Need to get through its cooldown there. So I should get the key chest while we're here. So might as well get this loot. Oh, do we have any more black disc? We have that one. Is there so little? I mean, yeah, let's just go for that one. Although we kind of have to go through a True Sons one to get there. Either from this side or that side. Let's go from this side. And just deal with them. Wait, sorry, wait. Oh, okay. No, I thought that was it. That was from that same person, but they've been quiet after. They likely didn't get the reaction they were expecting. Because yeah, usually trolls come in to just go, you know, get a reaction out of people. I should have taken the North exit actually. Shouldn't have listened to Isaac.
Civilians in danger.
Yeah, it's just we run away. Let's deal with this. Yeah, that's annoying. We kind of have to deal with both. But then when it's through someone's black desk, we just really need only the black desk one, man. Because I'm going to aggro the other one as well, just so they don't kill the hostage. So. Oh, that's interesting. Don't think I've ever seen the UI show 2 hostages or 2 activities at once like that.
Incoming hostiles
It
detected.
usually doesn't. Usually just says well. All of that's going to be from over there. I don't think I've also, like, oftentimes dealt with 2 at once. Let's go help out. Or hostages here. Wait, where are they? How far away did they run away?
Got a visual on the enemy.
At least, like, there's one, but where's the other one? And it will likely aggro that territory as well.
Vital signs critical. Detecting additional hostile contacts.
The black does usually Either that truck over there or behind us.
Serious trauma detected.
Yeah. Oh wait, that was from somebody else then? 'Cause I killed the lady. I like that. Got the weak points.
System malfunctioning.
Get out of there!
System reactivated.
I hit that true stuff.
Right there.
You're in the open.
Now, before they move again.
Grab that.
Your turn next.
Incoming hostiles detected.
It's gonna be that territory.
Access key detected.
Yeah, let's cancel the Treason one. Did I not pick it up? Oh, I picked it up. Oh, there it is. Let's get Strike Team Tango going.
Rogue agent detected.
Doing to go with those bandies for the weekly? Yeah, exactly. It is actually Folder. Okay. Interesting. Rogues to deal with.
Detected.
But I hate Folder. Because yeah, nobody else is gonna defend Folder. They have no defendants. It's either them or it's the two buddies that he has on the stream.
Vital signs critical.
And then neither of them is gonna get any attention.
Hostile artillery turret detected.
I'll just time you out in a sec. And then you can go and enjoy defending, like, literally somebody that, man, is just the worst.
Hostile airburst seeker mine detected.
Oh, fuck!
Let's finish this one off.
Hostile control point nearby.
Oh, that healing cam. There we go.
Rogue agent.
I'm guys up here with
eliminated.
this personal. Oh, one of your closest friends. Yeah, if you're friends with that piece of shit, my opinion of you is basically the same opinion that I have on them. Like, there is only one way to kind of, you know, be friends with someone like that. And that is basically either you're being manipulated or you're just as manipulative. So if you think that I spread misinformation, please feel free to try to point anything out, like anything, literally anything of what I said, and try to point out what the misinformation is. Instead of just going, it's misinformation, in the same way that Falter does. Because if you're doing it in that way, I'm just going to laugh at you in the same way that I laugh at Falter. So, yeah, let's go to that bandy there. Let's actually, fast travel from the thing here. But you do understand as well that you're basically, coming in here and being a dick. Because you didn't come in here and go like, ooh, you may have made some mistakes and stuff. You went in, came in here and tried to insult me as the very first thing. Like, do you even believe that that isn't harassment? Because you're using the exact same tactics that that asshole uses. And actually, if you are the best friend, like, I think you're Falter. I don't think you're actually not Falter, but... or you're like the two people that he plays is on his stream. And the commits, by the way, all these things at some point. I have done none of the things that Falter has done because I'm not that shitty of a human being. And if you want to provide any proof for anything of that, feel free to try, even try, because you will fail, and we all know. That's why you're just doing accusations and not coming in here and going, hey, you did this and this. Like when you have something on someone, that is the way that you engage it with that. That's the way that I did it in the video. I had things to say about a person and I did say those things. I didn't go like, oh, they're harassing and then not show their harassment, right? Like you do understand this, right? You winning doxing and when releasing a video with evidence you're trying to defame her. Yeah. I'm viewbotting, right? Yeah. Go try to make that hard. I showed in the video how to make that accusation. Go on then. Try. Instead of using the same tactics as that same despicable person, which either you are or you're a friend of theirs, which is just as despicable. Go on then. I literally showed how to spot viewbot. It's super easy. Like, unless there are likely people that maybe hide it better, but the way that Falter does it isn't. And yeah, I'm not viewbotting, especially when usually I'm like on 30 people. Like, you can't even bite it under like 50 or something. Like, nobody's gonna buy 20 bots. Like, if you're gonna buy them, yeah, you buy them in the amounts that Falter does, like 80 and 100 and stuff like that. But yeah, try to make any evidence stick then. Try to make any point actually stick. Unless, you know, except, or you can't. You have no points to make. All you're trying to do is either protect your friend or yourself. Because yeah, I actually, you know, we've already seen Falter try to be on alt. The only reason I think that you are maybe not them is that you use different verbiage. They have shown that, yeah, usually when they're even on alt, they speak in the exact same way. So I'm guessing here it's that moderator guy that they have, or that person they play with quite often on their streams. So your voice that comes from a stream that isn't yours. We can do that. Like, yes, I reposted a 30-second clip of theirs. We can do that. What do you think that is a thing that isn't allowed? Because yeah, now I believe that you're actually, well, yeah, you're likely close to them. Because yeah, this is the point that they were trying to make as well. We can use that under fair use to just show how shitty of a human being Falter is. Like, that is totally allowed. What do you think reaction channels are? What do you think, like, what do you think on the news you can't, if somebody, you know, does a crime, they can't show their face? Like, no, you can do those things. That's fair use. That's what the fair use clause in the DMCA is for. And if you're that fucking either dumb or just arguing in bad faith, yeah, like,
that's the target agent.
You are a friend of Falters or Falters. And yeah, that's not breaking copyright because you have no copyright to things like that. Copyright is your right to copy. And even then, even this would actually fall under basically a trademark dispute, not a copyright dispute. Because the thing that, for instance, Falter is disputing is that we're using their likeness, which, yeah, we can. You can, you know, if you want to talk about me, you can show a clip of me saying a thing that I'm saying. And then, you know, try to make a point with that. Because imagine if the reality that you kind of are living in was actual reality. Like, nobody could make any reaction to anybody. Nobody could post a clip of, like, this person did this. Like, nobody could post the clip of you know, pirate roaching. when he did, because that would be copyright. Like, you cannot be this dumb. And I don't think you are. I think you're doing it in bad faith. In the same way that Falter does it. And yeah.
Agent, target spotted.
Engaging.
But yeah, special people will be special.
Head up.
Because we're adults. Ownership drama is overrated. You're friends with like a drama machine. And this isn't drama. The point when they copyright strike me, this is no longer drama. This is an actual legal offense that they took against me. And I will fight back on it. Like, it's very simple. Like, yeah, you can poke fun at people and, you know, even the slight harassment and stuff that fall under, sure, fine, whatever. But then if you try to actually copyright DMCA strike people, like, you deserve what's coming to you when you falsely do that. And they will. But also, you are standing up for your friend when they're in the wrong. You're doing that now. You're accusing me of things that they are actively doing. And then going like, oh, no, I poke all out my friend. It's like, do you? I don't see no evidence of that. I see counter evidence of that.
You got the target. Nice.
Oh, actually, that's not. Sorry, that was corrupt. No. I misread that.
Looks like you earned yourself another bounty. Well done.
But yeah, they should actually indeed call out their friends. But yeah, that wasn't what they said. So actually, yeah, I was wrong there. And see, hey, I'm, you know, when I'm wrong, admitting it. Yeah. Sorry, these are less coming goes from here. Have their stash deleted. If you have your stash not showing up, it's not deleted. It's a visual bug basically. But yeah, what you can do is either log out and log in. That usually fixes it. You can also fast travel to, for instance, New York and back, and that will also usually fix it. Or just go to New York and then your stash will be working there. But yeah, there's a bug of this season which is kind of annoying and has been around for a while, but also the devs have said like they haven't been able to fix it well, so they're still kind of holding out on the fix. But basically you want to resession, so either go to a different map, go off map, or log out and log in. Usually that's also. Log in, yeah. And yeah, I can imagine indeed. But yeah, it's just a visual bug. Everything is still there. One thing to watch out for though, when you have that bug, don't stick items into your stash, otherwise they won't show up until you like fully resession. Did we pick up actually? Did you pick up yours as well, Cabal? Is it? If you can pop yours, otherwise we can go get more. Oh yeah, what did they actually say? That's something. During the division against her, that is clear harassment. I didn't do anything to take the division. I showed what they did. It is actions that they took And I'm just exposing that they took those actions. Very simply. If they weren't a shitty person, there would be no beef to be had. Very simply. If you can't get that, proves that you aren't worthy of our audience, of your own audience. I don't care what you think. Yeah. I don't care any, like, I will point, I've, like, for a very long time in my existence, I've pointed out shitty people. Like, that's been an MO of mine, like, for forever. Oh, yeah, let's go get that black disc over there. Let's get these bounties done and then go from there. And honestly, there isn't a better shitty person to point at than Falter. Like, very obviously.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
Because I haven't done anything to them. I've only showed what they have done. So, very simply. Because if you want to try to act as if I'm harassing people when they come in with alt on my channel and, you know, try to have beef with me, like, no, they are the harasser. They are the DMCA abuser. They are the doxer. I have done none of those things ever. Very simply. And I will never do those things. I will choose to not do those things. But I will point out shitty people doing shitty things. And just go, hey, here is your hypocrisy. So, socials, and use photoshopped evidence. Oh, you're one of these, are you? Prove it that it's photoshopped then. Nobody has done so far. Including Falter, including you. Just saying it isn't true. Even if it was photoshopped, that's the beautiful thing of that thing, right? Like, it was just to prove that the more real Obama was one of their alts. Even if that wasn't true, even if that was Photoshop, how the hell does the same name gets used? Oh, somebody else took that name, came into my channel to act and abuse, you know, be abusive, to defend Falter in the false way, to, like, plant false, like, nobody can be this stupid, including Falter and you. Right? Like, if it was any other name or something, or was like a similar name, but no, it is the name that is there. So why would that account even exist or come and protect Falter? Right? Like, just think for 4 seconds. But yeah, I totally understand that somebody that is going to call Falter their friend doesn't think. Because if you thought already, you, like, you know, it's like voting for Trump. Like, yeah, you have to have some level of derangement to kind of make that happen and then actually defend that decision. Where's the defense wave? What? Oh, it just took forever to get here. Instant blind. But yeah, you also get 2 more things you can say, and feel free to take your time to make those count, and then you're getting timed out.
I can't move.
There's a sort of But also, as a counterpoint to that, to, you know, I don't deserve my own audience if I can't, like, no, I built my own audience, I didn't buy him. At the end of the day, one of the reasons that I'm completely unafraid of Falter is that they have no audience. Like, they have no audience to send after me, except, for instance, for you, or apparently. But
Target near you.
they have 100 viewbots and they have 12 viewers. Right? Like, they have no community. in 6 years of streaming, they have less followers than me. And then also they have, you know, basically nobody willing to go to bat for them. Whereas I fostered a community much more so through my, you know, contributions to the Division 2 community. It isn't through being like a nice guy per se. It is more through building tools, but yeah. That should show a lot of... As if they had the people to, you know, send to brigade people, they like Falter would definitely do that. They just don't. They don't have that viewership. Like, they're literally being watched by 10 people. So, in actuality. The frame rate even more. There is no fame to be had there to defame. Like, when you're infamous, like, honestly, at this point, I can't do much anymore to even make that worse or anything. Like, the shit that is out there already about Falter, and most of it is perfectly credible and has been backed up by receipts.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
That's the target, Agent.
Yeah. Yeah. No beef is worse beef. Nah. Sometimes you gotta just, you know, it's kind of said in the video. Sunlight is sometimes the best disinfectant. Sometimes you gotta just show that there are shitty people. I'm gonna actually heal this. Armor break again. Flunky, aggro, and beacon.
Acknowledge. Hostile incoming.
Hostile stinger hive detected.
Target neutralized. Good work.
Gonna murder the hell out of that thing. Yeah. Grudge against her? No, I don't hold a grudge against them. Mostly until like they came into and yeah, tried to falsely DMCA strike me. And then yeah, it's perfectly acceptable for me to, at that point, when somebody tries to, you know, basically take legal action towards me in an illegal way, because they still aren't allowed actually to, you know, make that stick, make a copyright claim stick, even if they had the copyright claim, even if they did, they can't actually, you know, make that stick until 26. And also, yeah, what if I have a grudge against them? Like, yes, they've been a very shitty person to me. Like, what? I'm not allowed to feel that they're shitty? Yeah, no, I am. But that still doesn't change my actions. Like, yeah, I can't have a grudge against someone and still keep it legal, basically. Which Falter can't. Like, right? Like, Falter instantly goes for basically legal threats and then also pushing it towards trying to falsely DMCA strike as a harassment tactic, which they can't even make, you know, stick. Like, they can't. They still use the tactic. They should know better by this point.
Thank you for keeping us safe, Agent.
Like, how stupid would you have to be? And it turns out that's stupid. I was trying to enter our private Discord. Yeah, that was a good lie they told. And yeah, I do love that they thought that everybody was basically alts of me, and I saw a bunch of DMs. People DM'd me their encounters of just trying to get into their Discord, not even sent by us or anything. They were just curious who this person was and, you know, what they are kind of doing. Yeah. You guys went full ballistic, didn't you? That was fun to watch. That was so stupid and so fun to watch. I have 0 Discord alts. I have none. I have only my main account, and that's it. I only have 1 Twitch account, and that's it. And the only person that we definitely know has alts, it's Fault. Like when they basically, again, every accusation is a confession. Did you pick up yours as well, Cabal? Because if you can pop yours, we'll likely go next door here. If you did pick up that bounty, or was that? Yeah, no, I used up mine. Why is this map just not spawning? Well, actually, no, we're done with bounties. Yeah, let's go do the missions. And again, if anybody wants to join us for some of these missions, because yeah, let's go do the 3 missions and then do Capital. Because otherwise we'll matchmake for it as well. Didn't realize we're done with the bounties there. You know what? I do want to get some practice in with Eclipse in. Let's drop it a few directives. We'll take it to 3 directives here instead, and just so I can get some Eclipse in. Actually, I think maybe Cabal went that as well. Oh, refactor. And then maybe I'll stay red. But then yeah, let's take all 5 then. Although let's not take all skills now. That way you can have your boats, your skills. Yeah, let's get going on this one. But yeah, if anybody wants to join us, feel free to say so.
Black Tusk has seized the Viewpoint building, probably because of its broadcasting capabilities. We need you to get them out of there.
Those guys hopefully will not matter too much. It's not. Well, that's still okay. Somewhere at this point, I'll get a wave again there. But yeah, you're doing a lot of accusations in the same way that Falter does. Yeah, you two belong together. Because you just keep saying shit. Like, I brought receipts, right? Like, I showed their alt. I showed their viewbots. I showed how, you know, their DMCA strike against me and how they're barred from doing so. At this point, you've just tossed around just accusations.
Secure the building and recover any intel you can find.
No, I was just, you know, comparing the kind of disconnect you would need to have to vote for Trump, yeah, as a very shitty person as well. Would be the same derangement that you would need to defend Falter if you're not Falter themselves. Like the classic offensive. What am I? Yeah. Except for the part where they can't actually provide any semblance of, you know, evidence towards that. Over 2 years, even holding audience about view botting, and now you have one even smaller. I haven't ever view botted. Because yeah, you're still, again, you're just tossing out accusations. How the hell am I view butting when I have like 30 viewers on general? Like here today, we're a little bit higher, and that's just because I got rated. But usually I'm around 30. Like really? You think that's view better? But then also, go prove that. We showed you how to do it. Like I literally, in the video that you've apparently watched, I showed you how to do it.
System reactivated.
It's so easy to prove if you wanted to prove it. You're just still making the accusation without the proof. Right? Like, because at the end of the day as well, that, you know, that which is asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. Like, I don't even need to hold any of this in any regard because you're just saying shit. Because if I had view about it, why wouldn't, like, yeah, I would just go to 100. Like, fuck yeah. The thing would be, though, that I would know that I'm view butting, and I would feel very shitty about that. The way that Falter should feel shitty about having 12 viewers, basically, after 5 years. And having less followers after 5 years. 6 years? 6 years. And that's just because they are a shitty person, and it's very obvious. It's very obvious that they're a shitty person, and they show it so often on stream. Like, that was also one of the early things that I noticed about them. It's just like, they're being shitty to their mods, they're being shitty to people coming in. And that's just because they've been shitty for so long that they have to be paranoid, because they've pissed off so many people that, yeah, basically, it is very likely anybody that's coming in there is not doing so to be, you know, be friendly. Like, yeah, if you're shitty for 5 years, yeah, that's the karma that you build up. Like, people are not gonna enjoy
Head towards the production studio at the top of the
having
building.
you.
That's likely to be the focus of the Black Tusk operation. Hold it, Agent.
No, witch
There's another
hunt.
computer.
Yeah. Witch
Check it for
hunt
intel
again.
before you head on
Yeah.
through the building.
The issue here is that it's not a witch hunt. Mostly because, yeah, first of all, witches don't exist. But you know what exists? DMCA abusers. This is a DMCA abuser hunt. And I couldn't make that stick if they didn't DMCA strike falsely. Like, again, this is just showing their shitty actions. Like, you can't do shitty actions and then expect just to get away with it. Although, you know, they do expect that. But they just don't for so long, and you would think at some point they would learn, but no, they just keep being a shitty person. Like, here's the simplest thing to do. Just don't be shitty, and then just, you'll actually build just over time, you know, you'll find people of like-mindedness and stuff, but they can't because, yeah, at the very start, they're view botting. So anybody coming in is usually already going to confuse as to why there is like 100 people in the chat, but like nobody's talking except a mod. Oh yeah, the sniper dog. I was right. Head first into it. But yeah, imagine being a person that defends Falter. Like, at this point, it's obvious that you're somebody that is within their circle. So I'm guessing it's either it's one of the two people they play with quite often. As you're not using the same mannerisms as them, which is usually the thing that like stands out so much. Because one of the things is as well, that wasn't the first time they were in my chat with more real Obama. At least I don't believe so. But on the other ones, I don't have any evidence, really, because they were using different alts. But the mannerisms and stuff were the same, which stood out. I need to watch out because those other guys are coming up. These guys.
System disrupted.
Oh, don't do that, Toasty. Come on. You're giving them ammunition when you do stuff like that. Don't do that. Like, this is the reason I don't want... like, I don't have mods on my thing. Ah, that's the, like, at least confer with me before you do that. Give me a second. Because I would have loved to seen what that said. But yeah, don't hide people. Don't hide people from their end. Like, just don't. Like, that is giving them ammunition. That's why I don't do it. I just engage with them. And then just tear them up. Because at worst, just time them out. Like, don't do, like... But yeah, sorry for actually flipping off there. Like, but yeah, it's just...
Black Tusk have been busy here.
It's a bad idea to do that, like, to any person that is of descending voice. Like, at least, like, time them out. How about you remove them? They can speak again if they want to. Remove them from that list. But yeah, don't just hide people for... Like, hiding is for if they're actually, you know, being an extreme nuisance, which they kind of were, but also they'll take news back to falter, so... kind of want to abuse them to kind of get some word back to them. Put the fear of legal action back into them. I'll deal with Nemesis in the sand. I haven't went against him yet. So actually, I'll link you to my YouTube. If you search actually for Nemesis there, I have a video where I kind of do a Nemesis run and kind of explain how to do a Nemesis run, basically. So that's kind of exactly that. So feel free to grab that.
Another down. Enemy spot.
You know, it's coming from. That's what they do. Again, every accusation is a is a confession, like literally. You know, when they come in and just go like harassing, doxing, like what did I dox? Like what could you even try to even consider that I've doxed? But yeah, they dox, you know. So and that's the mindset as well quite often of people that are sociopathic or narcissistic. They just believe that because they do something shitty that other people do that exact same shitty thing. Which is, you know, the basis of paranoia. Like, unless you're you know, from a DSM standpoint, kind of paranoid. Quite often, people that are just, you know, on the spectrum of paranoia, like, quite often they also have something in their closet, basically.
We're showing Black Tusk activity on the roof. We can't afford to leave any hostile elements in the building.
That's not I mean, they can always twist that to not be, but also just it's a bad idea. Like, just time them out. But yeah, outright bans are for other things like actual alts and stuff. Or just, well, I want to see what they have to say. Because one of the best things that actually, for instance, Falter did was come in with that alt and actually give a bunch of ammunition. And so did this one. It's basically one of those, you know, when your enemy is making a mistake, just let them do it. Do not interrupt your enemy when they're making a mistake. It's actually the saying. And it's from a cookbook.
Target right here.
Yeah, sorry as well, actually, for the tornado there. Listy. I was just a little frustrated there. Legit. Yeah. Thing is though that, yeah, there's a bunch of stuff to know for Nemesis run. My stuff is, yeah, not per se too short. If you actually want the short version, GC Rock, well, I actually don't remember how long that video was either. It might be pretty long as well. I remember them having a descent guide. And DJ Tickle as well.
Neutralize those assholes.
I got him. Damn it, a pin.
Yeah, going.
Watch fire.
Can't see the center of my body. I actually should have matched me there. Something.
Roof clear. No more contacts.
Viewpoint is back under control. Excellent work.
Yeah, let's get to Air and Space next. And again, if anybody wants to join, feel free to make that
True
known.
Son's old weapons factory.
We'll likely do this mission
Can't let
and
that
then,
happen.
although let's do Invaded, because that'll still be faster, I think, if we do Invaded Jefferson together and then Capital, then Tidal. Yeah, actually with those skills it'll work in. Yeah, let's leave that on then. We'll take full 5. Some extra XP out of it.
Black Tusk is already
Actually, I didn't
south
notice, I'm
of
getting pretty
here.
close to
Dislodging them isn't gonna be easy.
31. Sorry. Oh, yeah, Judge, you're gonna get shacked again there. That warhand is close.
Serious trauma.
Watch out, reinforcements.
Oh yeah, let's actually matchmake here. See what we get.
Another agent is now in your group.
Yeah, let me catch up on all of these. Oh. Actually, I hated Dark Side. I missed that earlier. But yeah, we were having some fun indeed with someone. Yeah. Go get in line. It's a long line. God damn it.
Suspicions here.
That's when you gotta slide you in.
Vital signs critical. System curtailed.
And especially blind firing against warhounds can be very effective. Sometimes they still hit you.
System reactivated.
But usually, if at that close range we're kind of blind firing, you usually can't find the target. What do you think is better, Intimidator or Obliterate? They're different. I wouldn't say either is better than the other. So Obliterate, well, first of all, you need crit, which, most builds do have, but sometimes
Check any
you don't.
terminals or laptops you find. The more intel we
Intimidate
collect on Black Tusk,
requires
the better
short
we'll be able to
range.
counter them.
Especially. So it's not even as much the bonus armor, because yeah, you do need something to trigger the bonus armor with. So that's already, it kind of requires something alongside of it. You can't just have Intimidate. So, but then especially the range limitation is a thing, because yeah, that 10 meters is short. So, but if you're running Hunter's Fury, if you're running
System restored.
pistols, for instance, as well. But for a lot of fights, unless the build is also kind of set up to be able to go into those close ranges, it's kind of hard to actually be within 10 meters consistently. I'm gonna go start it.
Asymmetric encryption protocol detected. Installing backdoor.
I hope this encryption is to protect something
Oh,
juicy.
no, okay, someone did. Okay. I thought I saw something running across, but
Agent
kind of
down.
lost it in the melee there. Let's get that dug down so that it jams the other one. Timed it perfectly wrong.
Another agent has joined
I
your
was hoping to
group.
land it just a second after, but come on. Mm-mm-mm.
75% complete. Connection remotely
Okay.
terminated.
Well, then you're likely gonna like my YouTube channel. I like going deep. Although sometimes we also do only the tips. But let's move on. Yeah, it's a one of the multiple versions has been rushed. Discord and Diminishing. Oh yeah, definitely. So I am on Discord, so the Discord is actually linked if you want to in the description. But also on Discord, my handle is IKEA, so just the same as that was on YouTube, right? Yeah, the same as the YouTube there. So you can DM me. My DMs are, on open, but yeah, the upon request kind of thing. But yeah, you can just send me a DM. But also, yeah, you can find me through the Discord as well.
Serious trauma detected.
Radiant. Let's make a move. Now there are 4 of us. Run away! So that these guys spawn when this happens. What do you think about the new Master Tinker? Would be good as people say. Depends on who you're who you're listening to. To me, it will definitely matter. It will be an important addition to the game. I'm just gonna make sure this guy doesn't murder us from the game. But also, yeah, some people believe it to be very strong. It's gonna be, like, honestly, it's not as big of an increase as even some of the other things. Because from a damage standpoint, all you're doing is basically trading an exotic talent for an extra weapon talent, basically. And in most cases, that will mean trading Coyote's talent, basically, for... you're trading Coyote's talent for, you know, either another damage talent or utility talent. And actually, next week we'll start looking a little bit. I've already... So if you want to see some of the numbers on it...
Medical assistance needed.
I got a weak point hit on that dog and didn't take it down. But yeah, already on my thoughts on the PTS, whenever that was, that video. We already looked a little bit at the Tinkerer. I think especially the thing will be, if you're kind of more okay with Streamline, it's a little bit more powerful. But especially, for instance, in my case, I'm not.
Vital signs
Per se, okay with Streamline. Although in cases like this, where we have full skills anyway, it's not too big of a loss, or it wouldn't be. And then OD is going to benefit a lot from it, but it's also not like it's going to suddenly double our damage or something. At best, we're getting like 10% out of it, which, you know, is expertise or something. The thing is, though, of course, it's on top of expertise. So.
Recent water flows as well, ranging from gullies, dry river systems, to what appear to be ancient lake beds. There are also mineral deposits that could only have been formed in a liquid water environment. Today,
The sledge.
found on Mars largely as ice at the Martian North Pole, although small quantities exist as water vapor in the thin
Banana sledge.
or enshrined in the Arctic soil.
network signal detected.
Sounds promising.
Hostile here!
Something good. Yeah, just. I'm busy. Yeah. I've definitely sat there, like, especially a long time. I kind of like exploring in video games and stuff, and for instance, this place is really good for that. There's also a lot of just reading stuff here, because for instance, actually there is on the sides there's just a bunch of things you can read. And I always enjoy those in games, especially as well, like even stuff that is in this here. Although some stuff is like weird, but weird looking, especially for instance even. But yeah, for instance, the V2 rocket is actually looking like a V2 rocket. The bunch of the planes and stuff are kind of weird, especially some of the tanks as well. In
Agent incapacitated.
don't look like anything real. But yeah, I definitely sat there and kind of docked at the space shuttle for a little bit.
System disrupted.
I'm getting tickled in the
Here's
back.
final
Oh,
haul.
wow.
Maybe
Ah,
we'll find a
that's
terminal
okay.
there.
That's fine.
System reactivated.
I'll leave that resource. let my allies actually go in. Level up that and that. I'm gonna take cover there. And I'm just gonna let everybody set up.
Mopping up these assholes and let's see what we can
And
find.
my hive's on cooldown anyway, so I can pulse. Might as well. Make that a sledge. Just for on the boss.
It's probably bricked, but check out the server just to be sure.
Let's go. Touch the server.
Reformat cancelled. Attack data 0.7%.
I'll send the data you were able to recover to our tech guys just in case. The museum is secure. Well done. Here's hoping we get some value from the data you transmitted.
Oh, that's just. Oh, that was completion late. Yeah, let's go and do Jefferson, because I have this unlocked, but I don't think Cabal does yet. I'm sure I can check. So let's go do the invaded this one. I did this one earlier when we were recording, but let's do it again. That's a group ineligible. See if they stick around if they want to. Should I actually check what my allies are? Out of curiosity.
There's been a lot of Black Tusk activity around that metro entrance. Clear all hostile elements from the area.
Stricker. And 4-piece and then ninja bag. Okay. That's a interesting combination. Do that actually and get some of my armor breaks gone. That's maybe actually a little bit far away. Saw that sniper.
Keep your eyes peeled.
This is a good fast. This is a place to trip for symmetry place. Yeah, the pre-display is still kind of broken. It's annoying. It's a weird and annoying thing. I wonder actually why they touched that even. Oh, yeah, go get that crate. Quickly. It's force of habit. Going for all delete. I'll get you. As a spawn is kind of facing the pendant, so yeah. As everybody's kind of facing this way, they'll spawn this way. One thing I'm kind of looking forward to with the Tinkerer is especially that the Negev is really not a weapon I enjoy that much.
Keep pushing through.
I do take it here for because it is one of the higher end weapons, and especially that it's being you know, 5% more matters a lot. But I'm looking for, with the Tinker, we can't use named items anyway, so at least we'll see. Wouldn't be too surprised if maybe that bug makes it into live, but well, I'm hoping that, I mean, you would think, right? But then taking an MG5 with Sadist and then pairing that with either pressure point or killer or vindictive. Vindictive there. Okay. I was gonna say sometimes. Quite often they spawn behind us there. Also you have sometimes this, where they're walking on that ledge. I think they're fucking Agent 47. We're gonna go further than this because the last wave spawns from the door in a second. I'm gonna be out of position. Yeah, I'm enjoying having a refactor alongside. It's kinda face tanking here and there sometimes. Which isn't the smartest thing, but still working out for me. That was such a big change for OD when the chest got changed. Yeah, that's kind of the thing that kills the Negev as well for me. Because Negev actually, stat-wise and stuff, looks pretty good. It's just, yeah, it's the handling being hell. Well, at least it has the trait of the LMGs, right, where
Immediate medical
it
assistance
will...
needed. State of action.
It's open. Not receive that second shot, but... Actually, my screen, although nah, I was aiming at me. Kind of looked like it was a little bit lopsided there, but... I'm just gonna take the high ground here.
How many times do I have to kill these division agents?
I have some cooldown anyway, so yeah, we get the pulse.
He's dead.
Rager came in at the last second to save that guy.
Get down to the mall.
And then we'll round out this mission and go capital, and that'll be it for me for today.
Contaminated area.
Just
Liquid DC-62 detected.
is grinding? Is it farming?
The DC
Grinding is basically, yeah, just
lost some potency
doing
over
repetitive
time.
actions to get a
This
result.
stuff is fresh.
Basically, yeah. So when we're like trying to get a specific item and we just keep doing, you know, countdown after countdown, that's
Active
grinding
terminal detected.
for that item. But it can also be grinding for levels, like with the
Try to figure out
5
what
times
left
XP, everybody's just, you know, out there doing. Oh well, not everybody, but a lot of people are out there doing 5 directives and open world, and yeah, you could be saying that they're grinding levels, they're grinding XP. Diminishing insanity, yeah. Well, sometimes just, you know, especially the thing is, because grinding really depends on if you enjoy playing the game anyway. Like, I'm okay, especially in games that I enjoy already playing, having something to grind for can give you an objective, right? Like, it just gives you something, a goal to go for. Especially in Division, that's sometimes all I need, is just
Keep an eye out for any black
for
tusk
it to
intel.
give me something that I'm like, okay, let's go do this, and just
Data received. There's a map of the tunnel system here. Looks like we were right about their intentions.
actually my crit isn't that good. I shouldn't go to for the legs.
Serious trauma detected.
Got that one. Hopefully next season it'll be Norwegian again. Because in Norwegian especially, having a healer in the team is kind of nice for that, but then we still haven't had like refactor and season with well, ever since refactor got added, basically we haven't had a season yet with Norwegian, because I feel that will fit it a lot better. Because for instance, especially with fragile, like the armor breaks kind of get in the way.
Serious trauma detected. System curtailed. System restored.
Oh, okay. That's what's happening. I'm like, where's the coyote? But there. That explained a lot. I was like, why does this build feel a little bit weaker? I had reloaded it, of course, and I hadn't changed the pieces on it. So we're running 5-piece OD there. I have looted this already. To do so they order want the nice skin, yeah. Well, the thing is as well, you can just swap, you know, if you have an MG5 and a thing is though, it's the way that the talent is set up, the Tinkerer's talent. It's only the second weapon providing a bonus to the first. So it's not both ways.
Get to the plaza.
But yeah, you can just, you know, go into your menu and very quickly swap your primary and secondary. That's what I complain. Where is it? Poor pizza. Yeah, we're, you know, we went even ODer than OD. We overdosed on OD.
Area agent.
But yeah,
Leaving contaminated area.
because I was seeing the hit numbers there, I was like, wait, But also, I was obviously, because there was a mid-range coyote and I was in short range, and I was like, wait, where's my coyote? That's actually the thing that I noticed there.
That sniper seems determined to deprive you of viable cover.
Deploying a turret.
Deal with that wave. Nice of that dog to give it its butt.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
The root pile is in the way.
They got me fed. They're coming around us. I can see them.
Let's get the murdering going.
True Sons were onto something with those DC-62 warheads, but they lacked ambition. Imagine what we could do if we reverse
I haven't
engineered
seen that
and mass-produced
bug out
this
here.
weapon. No one could stand in our way.
I'll eventually despawn. The missions are at least set up well. Yeah, I haven't actually gotten to. Actually, it's not despawning them. That's nice.
Just the plates wasted.
I thought that's not despawning them.
As ruthless as the True Sons were, the Black Tusk are smarter and more ambitious. Your actions here prevented a major war crime. I'm sure
Well, because they had moved already. That spawns. Yeah. So we got those done. Group is still eligible? No. Oh, nice. We can go and go do capital. We got good things. Yeah, that one
Hostile control point
come on
identified.
my radar, but I've kind of given up on actually. Hives on cooldown. Yeah, very good. Yeah, I'll just stay this. I'm gonna go Eclipse, man. Oh, I got some
Black
Eclipse
Tusk
ending in
transport just dropped off an
later.
officer in the plaza behind the building. From here, they look
One thing
like
I should
they're
do
in
is
charge
actually
of the
go
op.
and fix up my
If that's your objective,
armor
agent.
breaks.
Clear the site, eliminate
You know
any
what?
hostiles,
I'm gonna actually
and
do
most
that. Word point with the G is around. I can get shit for it. I feel like I'm just a mediocre build. It is a big difference when the global event is there, yeah. Which is kind of annoying, but... Oh, nobody waited. It's impressive. But yeah, actually I was hoping you guys would push in, as it would have spawned me up there. But that's fine. Let's put that there, just less likely to hit that.
Serious
It's so
trauma
hard to hit
detected.
that guy on the minigun. Rain is definitely not helping.
We lost the man. EMP out.
Also need to just stop hitting reload after every kill. Especially with the LMG in my hands. Through the chest. And the weather is actually helping quite a bit. It's making the enemies a lot more passive. It'll also get in the way of annoyingly of the certain drone there, but once we're inside now, get cleared up. Keep them somewhat busy. That's one of the places we can shoot through. Also, it's better to just push through. I should have just done that. But yeah, especially with a global event, yeah, it'll be so much easier
Got a lot
to...
of hostiles setting up by the southern
One thing
end
you
of the
can
building.
do is, if you're not doing so already, is
Let's get
just
that south wing
do a
cleared.
bunch of named runs. So there is the map of the names, right? You can
System disrupted.
get the 15 names,
System
basically.
back online.
You'll get a trickle feed of some classified pieces and stuff, but yeah, it's still kind of hard to put together a coherent, something coherent.
System
Oh, okay.
activated.
Well, you're very far back then. You don't need to be that far back.
Jammer outbound.
Because yeah, you can actually move up all the way to there.
Let's head down.
There's actually that, like, one place where there's a cable on the ground. That's actually an indicator where it can be.
Vital signs critical.
You for that asshole.
But yeah, the next global event is actually... Wait, wasn't it... Yeah, next week, right? It was the week before the Master? And that will also be one that has Striker. It's also a very good global event, which is assault. That is one of the more powerful ones. Yeah, that's one of the main reasons that we really did need global events map, because that's really the way to get classified stuff.
System
Yeah.
disrupted.
Well, at least there is one basically every event. So.
System back online.
Could I try? Do we get ropes?
Immediate medical
Can
assistance
we
needed.
manifest destiny? No. Destiny was not manifested. Yeah. I don't think we're gonna push up unless I see my allies do it. It's very risky though. I think. Well, let's try. Because yeah, if most of the team isn't going, it's kind of hard. Oh, that fire's mine. I can push through that. What else? I usually need them to not be engaged to push through. I have my hive, so I'm just gonna book it.
Deploying UAVs.
Trust the allies have it out there. Yes. But yeah, they came and helped, so workbench. From doing a name drone, I wish I was targeted in the one. Yeah, I mean even Div 2 didn't start with
Looks like
targeted.
Black Tusk has equipment set up on the roof.
Then it needs to be destroyed.
Go, no!
That's it.
Enemy sort of spotted me. Got plenty to shoot at. Place down there. Covered.
Blind fire at these ranges.
Serious trauma detected.
We're spawning the other side now. This one's very facing dependent. Go for the kidneys. I'll fall back if I lose my hive or if my hive gets used. For the time being, I'll be aggressive. Because it is kind of a very aggressive forward spot, but there's also a limited amount of waves. One is actually in the circle. As well.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Well, likely was the last wave. And then I'm gonna go sit in the circle. And if this guy wants to go get his loot, he can. Everyone masking, yeah.
All right, continue the sweep.
Okay, I guess 4th. That sounds about right. Yeah, I think it was 4th till 11th. Because yeah, it's gonna go from Monday to Monday. And then just boss room remaining, then also we'll have the weekly done.
Stand down. Trying to encircle us. I see them. Found
And this part is kind of clear that quick and go to the next one, basically. As we try to be underneath them every time.
I'm on it.
Also, I'm hoping next season will be, because we've had cool skills for like, or was last season scavenge? No, last season was scavenge, right? Because the scavenge actually for like red build skills and stuff is actually useful. I think with smart cover, that thing will that will actually be an interesting combo when we have scavenge skills and smart cover. Because then basically every other room you can likely trigger it. Or well, every room basically. Let's see where the last chopper is landing. Okay, so it's gonna be there. I'm gonna go set up kind of here. And help with the bus, because we do want to bust it right away. Otherwise we got 2 choppers. And then that goes that way. Gonna make that a sledge. Yes. Well, I'm making good use of my grenades today. Used a ton of them. Just checking if I have loot there. Yeah, let's go get that completion. That'll likely also be it for me, as we're kind of getting up there in time. Sure, let's get that thing. Yeah. As I can do right now. Especially when the event comes around. Well, I mean, we'll be running as well, so if you want to join up, then I'll likely jump into
Capital is
a
secure.
few things with Division 1. Still, just I do enjoy Salt, so wouldn't mind also trying for the tier 3, because that's the one thing that I'm kind of missing of that one. Yeah, let's jump back and get cleaned up. Let's see if I have anything worth keeping or sharing or something. Yeah. Which is well challenging. Exactly, you gotta remember Div 1, like challenging is it's like higher thing of missions. But yeah, I've been farming, for instance, Lexington, which isn't too hard. And you wouldn't need like
An agent has
anything
left
too
your group.
perfect for it. You just need, especially if you matchmake for it as well, you'll likely get carried quite a bit.
Appreciate the business.
Yeah, let's pop all these caches. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, especially doing, for instance, the HVTs and stuff. In those, for instance, save your HVT this week because it'll reset tomorrow. But then you want to keep your HVT, your weekly HVTs for once the global event starts, so you can do them then. Or for instance, if you want to tag along with that, because that's, for instance, by itself like 3 caches or 4 even, like that's usually 6 or 7k.
Come on over and take it.
And even if we have to kind of carry, like that's not too hard.
Nice doing business with you.
Like I'm well geared and likely people with me, likely 6 will be there as well, and they'll be pretty well geared as well. Yeah, we'll round it out there. Thank you, Cabal, for joining me on all that. That's it. Hoping you got yours complete as well. Although likely if you haven't, like it's just gonna be the names, right? So that shouldn't be too hard to complete. But yeah, I'll leave you to it. My escape button is like super broken there. But yeah, thanks again.
You have left
And I hope you had some fun and some loot. And yeah, GG's all around. Yeah, let me catch up on some of these last ones and then we'll kind of round it out here, as definitely don't want to make it too late. My voice is also kind of going if I let it. Sorry. And indeed, in that week, feel free to just, if you see us about, because I'll still be jumping into Div 1 quite a bit. Because next week is as well, like the only thing I want to kind of make is the speculation video kind of Tinkerer, as we kind of already predict a few things about it. Or, just basically do the numbers and then we'll see how that goes. And thanks again, Cabal, for joining. That's it. That was a nice and fun weekly. Yeah, let's on the Twitch end, let's go find somebody for us to raid, as we'll pay it forward, as several people kindly raided us today. Yeah, let's go with Anna Boogie Woogie, who's they're getting started basically. We'll send everybody over there. I'll be back Friday, not tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll be at work, as IKEA's gotta eat at some point, or make some money to eat. But yeah, tomorrow evening I'll be working, but that also means this weekend actually I got to take the Thursday, so then this weekend I won't be missing. Although I think next weekend I'll be missing a day, 8th, I think. Yeah, Friday. I'll be away, but yeah, I'll be away tomorrow, and then Friday we'll come back and get the final gameplay parts for the Eclipse Masterclass, because basically just we've already done a few of the builds. I want to do the baseline Eclipse, the glass Eclipse, and the alternate backpack Eclipse, and maybe even a BTSU Eclipse, and that'll be just the gameplay parts of it. And yeah, that'll be basically that video ready for Saturday. And worst case as well, I'll have Saturday afternoon to get some more footage even. But yeah, that'll be for Friday. For now, let me actually hit the start raid button there and start the timer. send everybody over to Anime Woogie. I'll be back Friday. Enjoy tomorrow without me. Extra big party. And yeah, I'll be back on Friday as well again. Yeah, I'll get you if I missed anything last minute. Yeah, doesn't look like it. Yeah, thank everybody for joining. Hope you enjoyed. And as always, have a good night.